February 3rd, 1973. And they've got Chad, I know Wes is still over there, but we'll go ahead and turn the floor over to the mic over to Leonard. Astelo, opilalo. Thank you. Can you take that to that smudge with people?
Oh, good morning, relatives. Good morning. This young girl, she was a very young girl when the education was formed. Better understanding of a university, universe of the university of the Lakota Nation at that various time. All the wisdom and knowledge that grows in the geothermal power of the universe. At that time, she filled the pipe and she prayed, and this morning me and my son will do this for her. And then when that happens, we will do that for all women of the world of the four directions. So things could not change, will be better for our dream and vision for our relation. And when I start doing this, praying, and my son will do this, and then the singers will be singing the song. And whenever I get through, it's up to you. You want to stop or continue, you may do so. Oete apetu kile, katue topa eapo, katue topa kile ni e walake. Oete mithoza aite, mithoza nua, na wo kiwa, na warsakwa. Oete apetu kile, oete, katuiwa, na unti makochwa, na witaonya kekile katue ki ha honicha. Oyu ka, oete tukashla, nie wanya kapo, na nie yekiapo, katuye ki. Oete wo ki wa oete, oete, Titegraska University, oete katuye ki nie walake. Oete nie iyawa, tatakawa, oete meniwa, ona hotsokawa, katue kiwoni jaka pikirecho oete, mithoza oete yote kia oye, takoza, oete rapetu kire tashi, mishanka, ona mitaki ea oyam, Eagle Feather Relation Tribe. Oete rapetu kire, katue kinye walake, oete nye waka, oete naha, wospo akatia kile, woe hamalo oyaka pikile, oyako, ona I hamale o kiapo, na iwi uktang kiapo, o na uwa hoa wala na wala kota. Katue topa ki takoza, takozau, takozau, mitakie, mitakie, michiksira, mitsuksira, mitaki o yapom. O ete katue ki tuktekte, toki tuki walake, o kanye wakayo, o ete, o makas ka o yeki, no makas ka maniki reita mailo ki tiki, o na kikinu o yeki, o na petu ki leel, wambaligres ko makpia ko, yoko ki leel o ye. O na atan kaya wichon hapi. O na obyo te kio kupi. Wita ki le uyak upina. Elok siawa ka potataka ki ob. Mawo tektero. Na maha yektero. Le na ekom. Hukasra ni oye piki apetu ki le. Oi chete. Nie honi chapi. Ona nie woni chapka. Otra petu ki le khatu ki waka. Kayo. Wakayo eche. Woi tharsa tona yuhana zipi na yuhawo kiwa. Kaka piktero ehelo. Ea ho. Chobe takweas.
health on the reservation, particularly as it pertains to the future. If we were to have what we want as our health program, what would we want our health services to look like? How do we strengthen our health program throughout the reservation? I remember years ago when I made my rounds and talked to every community, one of the big concerns was people had to travel too far a distance to come to our hospital. What they wanted then, and they talked about, was a revolving clinic, a clinic that could go from community to community and set up a master calendar so that they knew on what particular day of that month and what hours that health clinic would be in Antelope, would be in Rosebud. It would make, that month would make a complete circle at each month. And they said sometimes it costs a lot of money to hire somebody to come to the clinic from Milks Camp, or to come even from Norris or from Swift Bear. And if they had a health clinic that they knew would be in the community, that they could go, and you'd have to work out a system where the prescriptions would be available, as well as some health individual could be in them places. And if they need further services, of course, then they could come to IHS in Rosebud, or they could be transferred out to somewhere else. But they said it was very difficult. Any number of them had diabetes, and they didn't always have a meal. And sometimes the waiting lines would be so long in Rosebud that they sat there pretty much almost the whole day sometimes without eating before they were seen. And sometimes some of them were not always seen. And I remember this one individual in Norris who had to give himself shots, and he was not that familiar with what he was doing. And I asked one of our graduate nurses, and she said, Lionel, we just have so many. Sometimes, she said, we're lucky to get the prescriptions out, and we don't always can't take the time to give proper orientation as to what that prescription is, particularly when you have to get shots. So these are some areas there that, how do we set up a program that addresses all of those and strengthens those. And so I guess, having reached an age, I'll be 80 years old here in about a week and a half. And with age comes, certain things that you have to go to a hospital, and we need the hospital, we need clinics. And I appreciate the services that IHS provides. But I know that sometimes the coordination and the communication, when you have to go between Rosebud and Sioux Falls or Rosebud and Rapid City, sometimes, that can be strengthened and improved. But I guess, those are some of the things that we want to talk about here. How do we strengthen? And when you bring in telemedicine, you're able to communicate, with other hospitals beyond some places, like Johns Hopkins University or Boston or University of Minnesota or Mayo Clinic. And the other thing is, sitting here with Leonard and over the years, working with other medicine men, how do you bring Lakota Pejuta into the picture? Our spiritual leaders or medicine men have access to some powerful medicines that go back ancestrally. And a lot of these medicines cure. We've had medicine men who've cured cancers. Leonard's cured cancers. We've had medicine men here who've cured AIDS. They just cannot market themselves. They can't go out and proclaim and announce that they have these medicines. These medicines have to come to you in a dream to then come to that particular medicine man. But there's medicine growing throughout the reservation. For the most part, most of them we don't know. But medicine men have access to guidance from the spiritual world that can take them to a particular medicine. I remember when I first come here, my wife Barbara used to have these migraine headaches, and I used to feel bad for her because they were very, any kind of a headache is very disturbing and uncomfortable. I remember coming to campus, and Stanley Redbird Sr. was standing there with Joe Eagle Elk. Joe, medicine man from here, he's got a very good book that you could read that tell about, him, and there's others. But when I walked up to them and was talking to them, Joe had something in his hand. He was moving it from hand to hand. And it looked like an acorn without the hishma, that woolly-bully portion of it on the bottom. This was looked more like a marble, but it was a little bit bigger than an acorn. And he just, just like he was playing with it. So when I shook their hand and I left, and then I got to thinking, I ought to go back and ask them if they have or know of a medicine that they could give to my wife for her headaches. So I turned around and I went back and I asked them. And to this day, I'm amazed at what happened. Joe said, "Lay Joe," he said, "take this." And that thing that he was playing with or moving in his hand, he gave it to me. And I took a look at it, and it looked like an acorn, except it had it kind of had the four directions, a little bit kind of raised. You could see a little bit different colored on half of it. Was a four direction. He said, "Take this and put it in a cloth and break it and crack it ever so lightly. Don't use metal, but use either wood or stone, and have her inhale that from time to time." And so I did, and eventually the headaches went away. But I was always amazed. It was as if he knew I was coming, and he knew in advance. And he had this already there. But we have this, and we need somehow to incorporate that into what we do for our loved ones who are sick or what have you. But bring the spiritual leaders into the picture with the Lakota Pejuta. So with that, the floor is open to whoever wants to come up and speak about what program they might have what are some of the things that they're doing, what are the things that they would like to do, what are their ideas as to strengthening and expanding our area of health here. So with that, the floor is open. Whoever wants to be the first, you could stay where you're at, or you can come up here and utilize the mic up here. And any of our students, you're also welcome to come up and express yourself and what you see for the future of health, or how you'd like to see the health program strengthened here on the Rosebud. Knowing that we're going to have follow-up meetings in the area of health, and we'll prearrange to have doctors and nurses and maybe professionals from other parts and other organizations to come here and be involved as we get into this. So this is a continuation of what we're doing, but we're going to hit up on it a lot more aggressively following this week's forums. So the floor is open. We've got 2 microphones. We can take one over there to you, or you can come over here. Costello.
Good morning. I want to say good morning to everybody here. I want to thank Mr. Lionel Bordeaux and Sinte Glushka University for allowing us to have this opportunity to share on behalf of the programs that we represent. And introducing myself, my name is Mike Burbank. I'm the acting clinical supervisor with the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Alcohol and Drug Treatment Program. And come to you today to let you know to be a part of this panel and talk a little bit about our program and our goal and objectives. And our primary goal for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Alcohol Program is to reduce the impacts of alcoholism, chemical dependency, and abuse on the Rosebud Sioux Indian Reservation. And there are a number of things that we utilize as far as our objectives in providing inpatient treatment to individuals and to youth to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Alcohol Program, family members that need treatment. We also provide an outpatient program, aftercare program, and we do a lot of networking, collaborating with various programs within the Rosebud Sioux Tribe to help us in dealing with alcoholism, addiction on the Rosebud. We do everything from referrals from tribal court, state court, federal court, probation, and helping our people to understand addiction and implementing tools, skills that they can utilize to help maintain recovery and sobriety. It's an ongoing effort in dealing with alcohol and drug abuse. Every one of us in here are impacted by someone we may know, relative or family. Our program is continuous. We run 7 to 8 inpatient treatment cycles within 1 year. And we have graduates from Sinte Glushka University. We have, I have colleagues, coworkers who are actively taking classes through Sinte Glushka University. So the future, we talk about, I know one of the questions was, how can we work with Sinte Glushka University and with the Human Services Department, students that are involved in alcohol and drug education, seeking that degree and working for our program. So it's a plus. Times are changing for us because of our addictions that are going on within the Rosebud boundaries. Opioids, meth, a big problem on the Rosebud Reservation. There are a number of programs and individuals are doing what we can to help deal with that problem. And working together, networking, collaborating. It's important. We are making an effort. Our circle is large because we all work together in some form, working with court system, law enforcement, programs, tribal entities, state entities, federal entities. Within our program, we provide a number of groups, classes, moral recognition therapy, anger management, common sense parenting, socialization groups, shame groups. So our people, our relatives that come into the program, we do what we can to help them with what we have. We have a number of staff that are trained in those areas to help our people, to learn about that addiction and to understand it so we can help our relatives that are out there struggling with addiction. I want to thank you for letting me speak today. If you have any questions, I'll be available. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Next. Yeah, that's needed help there, what Mike's doing. I remember years ago living in Swift Bear and seeing some of our kulas and relatives going to different programs off the reservation. They could be vets or not. And then coming back and staying sober for some time and then not having employment to fall back on or what have you. Their partners are all drinking around them they get back into it. And then they're referred again. And I asked the individual alcohol counselor that was working there, how he deals with that. And he said, you just, a lot of prayer and hope, and you never give up. You just do it time and time again, and you hope that the last time you do it is the last time you'll have to make a referral. You have to really admire the commitment of those staff who do this for the love of our people, and we thank them for doing what they're doing. I think we've got a couple of girls lined up over here who want to talk, so Opila.
Well, good morning, everybody. Hopefully you can hear me. My name's Jessica Tuigo. I'm the project coordinator for Togala Inagio Suicide Prevention Mentoring Program. And I have another one of my staff here with me.
My name is Macy Gillen. I'm a peer mentor specialist at Togala.
So our program has three components to it. So a youth mentoring program. We work with, our goal and objective is to work with 40 youth in the community, providing them suicide prevention information, kind of going through like a training leadership program, alcohol, drug abuse prevention, domestic violence prevention, teen pregnancy, bullying, gangs, school dropouts, just helping them to grow into healthy adults, giving them these tools. We also have another component to that. It's a young girls group, a young women's group. It's called Wicawotapi, and we meet once a month, sometimes twice, depending on what's going on for the month. Usually we've had kind of bad weather, so we've had to reschedule a couple. But that's just to work with young girls from 10 to 18 who are teen moms, are pregnant, just to provide them that extra support and kind of mentorship. Another component of our program is prevention. So that includes basically anything that we go through here on the reservation, addressing suicide, drugs. So we try to create like these positive activities for families and youth, just in a safe environment. We just recently had an event in Hedog, a movie night for youth and families. We provided some meth prevention information, suicide prevention information. So that's kind of what we do. We usually like to go out to some of the bigger communities, and then we'll go to the little ones too. We also provide QPR to the schools. We've been in Todd County, St. Francis, White River, and then we're going to also be providing it to the public. So QPR is an evidence-based suicide prevention training. It teaches you the warning signs to suicide and what to do when you recognize those. Another part of our program is the clinical services. So kind of just like Mike's program, the alcohol treatment program, we provide anger management and moral recognition therapy. So the anger management we do for court-ordered individuals at the courthouse at least 4 to 5 times a month. You do not have to be court-ordered for that, as well as a youth anger management group. I think that's just a couple of the that's a lot of stuff to do, but we also have youth mentors that work at my office. That's through employment and training. I have 2 senior youth workers right now. They work 4 hours, and then like I also have 3 college students that work part-time at my office. So we get a lot of that youth perspective on what they want to see, you know, what they need help with. So that's a part of a program too, that collaboration. We work with maybe at least like maybe 15 tribal programs to collaborate on a lot of the activities that we do. So it's not just us doing the work, it's a lot of the programs, the tribal programs, some schools. So we do a lot in the community, and we really wouldn't be able to do it without the help from all the tribal programs. So I think that's pretty much all I have. So thank you very much.
Yeah, these are tough areas that our people are working in, and I know they need our understanding and our commitment to be involved.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tori Whipple. I am the current Tribal Health Director for the Rosewood Sioux Tribe. Welcome. Thank you for having us. So I am going to talk about the current initiatives that we're working on and some things that we have in development for all of you and for everybody listening. Hi. Hey. So right now, Tribal Health Admin manages the master health contract for the area office. So right now we currently administer the contract for the alcohol treatment program, for the ambulance service, for CHR, and then it kind of manages the money for our office. So that's what the purpose of the tribal health department is. If people wonder, because we always get that question of what tribal health admin does. So the current goals that we set for our office for this year is that our goals are to, and this kind of is something that came out of the MESS summit that was held here in November. After that MESS summit, we kind of brainstormed and wanted to develop a meth campaign that was specific for Rosebud. We have had 2 meetings, I believe, on it now. Was it 2 meetings? Oh, 1 meeting? 1 brainstorming session and then 1 full meeting. And we're having a meeting actually on it again this afternoon at 1:30. So we kind of brainstormed, had some ideas developed out of that, and then we sent out a survey monkey to all the tribal emails, and all of our tribal members kind of came up with some really cool names. And then we sent out that list or that survey monkey to get our tribal memberships ideas of what they liked for those names. But after that went out, we actually got some other really good ideas for like a name to name the campaign. So we're gonna bring that to the meeting this afternoon and get everybody's opinions on that. And then, so the meth campaign is gonna be a compilation of some billboards that are gonna be out in the communities. Also some radio ads, YouTube videos, and then we're gonna do some educational lessons in the schools, and we're gonna discuss all of that in the meeting this afternoon. We have a potential curriculum that we're gonna be doing, so we're gonna be talking about this afternoon, and then probably going to the tribe to fund it. We talked about that at the last budget and finance meeting. It's not going to be super expensive. It's going to be as minimal as cost as possible. Most of the materials for the billboards have been donated by tribal programs, so it's really mainly just the cost of the materials to be on the billboards. Also, we're going to be developing a health department plan, but we're going to be getting a lot of the plan is going to really be coming from our health programs of getting their input for that plan, and that's really something that's coming from our health contract. And then continuing to write grants. We've written right now, I believe, well, we've just secured a tribal self-governance grant, And then we've submitted 2 more grants, and we are currently working on a falls prevention grant in partnership with White River Healthcare Center. And then just continually trying to expand the tribal health department to address the health needs for our tribal membership. So our tribal self-governance grant, we just found out about this one a couple weeks ago. And this grant is, we wrote this to look at if we're going to, and I know the tribe got this grant, I believe in 2015. And what they did in that time, I believe, was they did an assessment of IHS, and this was when Evie Espinoza was the health director, and they ended up not moving forward with compacting IHS at that time, and that was a decision made by the tribal council, unfortunately. So with this grant, we are going to be working with J.R. LaPlante, Dr. Donald Warren, and hopefully getting some help with Jay Spahn with the Tribal Self-Governance Center on doing education in the communities, and really with the tribal leadership on what Title I and Title V would look like if we were to compact IHS. So really doing a lot of education in the communities with tribal government on what that would look like if we were to take over and utilize our really achieving self-governance with our IHS. So that's what this new grant is about. So we're going to be doing community education, community readiness. We're going to be doing some key informant interviews, some focus groups, and so that's what this new grant is going to be as we move forward. We also right now have a tribal management grant, which is working with the mobile medical unit that is housed at the diabetes prevention program. And this grant is to draft policies and procedures. So this kind of falls back to what you were talking about, Lionel, about a revolving clinic that could go out into the communities. Right now, we do have that mobile medical unit, but we don't have like the framework on if that clinic were to go out into the communities. So, so this is really spearheaded by the Boston team, talking about they want to go out into the communities to see patients, but we don't have the framework, we don't have the policies and procedures in place to go out into the communities with that clinic. So that's kind of what this grant is for, is to get that all in place so that when there is funding available for this clinic to go out in the communities, everything's in place to have that foundation to do that. So the position, the project coordinator was just closed on Friday. We have our applicants. We're going to be setting up interviews and interviewing next week for that position. And this is kind of going to be their primary job, is to get all of this done so that we can get all of these steps in place so that once we're ready to get that mobile clinic out in the communities, everything's laid out. And we've been working with, we had some calls with Tuba City Regional Healthcare, and they gave us a lot of information on what they do when they go out into the communities, because they have a mobile clinic in place. So that's going to be really instrumental, I think, in helping us as we move forward. So we also have the Wicawotapi Health and Healing Center grant, which Ann Valandra was supposed to be here to speak on that, and since she's not, I'll just kind of give you a brief overview of that program. It's a suicide prevention program. It's a 5-year grant that we have. So we have Ann Valandra overseeing that grant right now. We have 3 mental health specialists, Lila Leader-Charge, Rafi Rainieri, and Geraldine Provencio, who are our mental health specialists. We also have 2 behavioral health outreach workers, Arnetta Montoya and Gabe Goodshield, and then 2 case managers, Alicia and Rini Patton and Alicia, oh my gosh, I just am drawing a blank on her last name. She's so sweet. Hernandez. I'm so sorry, you guys. So they are our staff, and they are doing such a good job, you guys. So if you ever need, so this program provides direct intervention and prevention services to our tribal members here in Rosebud. They have been going out to the jail and doing talking circles with the women, also seeing our relatives in the jail. They've also been going into the schools and doing talking circles, just kind of getting their faces out there in the schools. But they also see people just as like a walk-in. If you know anybody who like needs services immediately, they do take walk-ins as well. And their services are from 10 years old to veterans, but they don't turn anybody away either. So new program. So there are sometimes some kinks that need to be worked out, so bear with us. We're awesome program though. And their number is 605-747-2777. So they were able to get the old phone numbers so that if you do still see the billboards in the communities, that information is still accurate. So another objective that we have, education. We're still trying to get education out there, especially on cancer. We do have 2 small cancer grants that we've acquired. One small cancer grant from the health board, breast and cervical cancer screenings that we're just getting out there, working with with the CHR program, as well as Sammy Wan at IHS. So with that grant, it's a small grant that we have. So that grant we're working with IHS on screening women for breast cancer and cervical cancer screenings. So if a woman goes into the IHS and does a mammogram or a cervical cancer screening, they're able to get a $20 gas card from Allstop. But the way that we're doing that, Allstop doesn't give out gas cards. We're just doing purchase orders, but we have little like business cards that we're doing. So we're working with IHS. They're going to give them like the business cards, and then they'll bring it to our office, and then we'll put a purchase order number on there, and then they'll be able to go to Allstop and redeem that gas card at Allstop for that mammogram or pap smear. And then we're going to be doing some educational information on the radio. And then for the cervical cancer screening, if we're going to be partnering also with CHR and IHS as well, and doing CRC screenings and oh my gosh, I'm sorry, I'm giving out so much information, I'm getting confused with all this information. So we're doing educational events also in the community. So March is Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month. So we're going to be doing health fairs in the community in March, as well as on May 21st, a holistic health fair on Thursday. So same thing with this, we're going to be giving out gas cards. If you go to IHS and do a cervical cancer screening, you can get a gas card for that as well. So it's kind of like the poop test, not to be gross, but if you go and get and I think they call them FOBT kits from IHS, then you can get a gas card, and then we're going to be doing educational events in the community. And we're going to be partnering with IHS and CHR on those. So those are just smaller, just to make sure that you're getting your screening tests. And these are so important because if you get your screening done early, you really can prevent. Those preventative tests are so important. So workforce needs and requirements was one of the questions that that was on here. So I think one of the workforce needs that we have at Tribal Health is, more providers for IHS, nurses, doctors. The LPN program here is awesome and so needed. But also, and I don't know if this is something that SGU can look at, but maybe having an EMT program. We need more paramedics and EMTs at tribal EMS. That's such a high need. We need more of our tribal students looking to go into sciences and the health sciences, health fields, getting more of our students interested in the health sciences, more internship opportunities for our students, and how SGU can play a part in our program's future. Just getting more students interested in going to college, and also setting up internship opportunities, I think is a good idea, and maybe we could have some of those conversations about setting up something with IHS, and I don't know if you guys already do that, of going into IHS and doing your internships, but just setting up more opportunities for internships and pursuing more education opportunities. But that's kind of all I have. Thank you.
Baste, Opila. Yeah, the health area is an area that is badly needed here. And I know that in our future plans for SGU, we'd like to have a little clinic right here on campus, because we have our student population here, and sometimes there's a need for something, but I just think, that's something that can be done. Overall, what we envision, down the line, we've been here 50 years, and looking towards the next 50 years, what might this institution look like in the area of the medical field? I'd like to think that either on our own or in partnership with other institutions who provide various health training, both in-state as well as beyond our own state borders, even overseas, that we develop collaborative MOUs, and one day we might can train, our health professionals right here at SGU or in conjunction with University of South Dakota or Minnesota, but that we get into kind of homegrown, where we train our own medical doctors, where we train dentists, or we train, other areas. What I hear on one time years ago on national television, CNN, Newt Gingrich, well-known Republican, was talking. And he was talking about the lack of a strong national travel policy in this country by the United States Congress. And because of it, terrible things were happening on our Indian reservations. And he started going down the line. He started talking about education. He talked about lack of housing, too many people going to prison, domestic violence. And then he mentioned health needs. And then he mentioned, as was talked about here earlier, he said the Rosebud Reservation. Boy, my old ears perked up like one of them Shoshana's donkeys on Hee-Haw. Newt Gingrich talking about Rosebud. What's he going to say? And he said that we led the world proportionate to our size in suicides. And I remember Charlie Clome getting very upset, the fact that, you know, somebody of his stature was telling the world who we are. And Charlie said, you know, that's our responsibility as our government and our people. We should be defining and articulating who we are and not have somebody on CNN television telling the world about what's going on here on the Rosebud. But years from now, I'd like to see us, you know, have a good medical training program here where we can train our own health people. And towards that end, I've been mentioning, as we get past these forums and we sit down and start to create a process to cinch this and tighten this up so that we come up with a document, I'd like to see us start getting into pre-medicine, pre-law, and start letting our students and our people know that these things are available. And we have 1.7 million acres of land. What are our training needs in those areas? What do we do in land use planning so that we have an understanding of how we can sit down with prayer and ceremony with the land and have that work in conjunction with the land and ask the land to provide economic development to us as well as health, the fruits, the vegetables that we can provide on our land to help give us a better diet for our people to help us in a health area. So with that, I see Connie's made her way up here, so Connie.
Good morning. Thank you guys for allowing us to be here today with our tribal health programs. I'm here to talk about our wellness center, our diabetes program. We've been here with the tribe for going on 21, 22 years now. We've got the first grant back in 1998. And I've been with the grant since 1998, so yes, I'm a little bit old. Been working with the tribe, just started my 28th year with the tribe. So with our SDPI program, which is the Special Diabetes Programs for Indians, I've seen it evolve from the first grant year to where it is today. It's pretty amazing. Our program is one of the best programs throughout the nation. We have a lot of other tribes, a lot of areas that look towards our program for guidance and kind of want to duplicate what we do. Pretty fortunate that we're not territorial in any of our SDPI programs. We're able to communicate with each other, talk with each other, see what's happening, see what's working, what's not working, able to share our policies, our goals, anything that another tribal program or tribal SDPI program needs, we're able to help share, help get them started. So this year with our grant, and we've always been diabetes prevention. It's always been a prevention grant, so we deal with total prevention, prediabetes, and then we do have a DSME program, which is a diabetes self-management education program. We're pretty fortunate to have an accredited program through the AADE, and we're the only accredited program in South Central South Dakota, which is pretty awesome and pretty unique because we are a tribal program. Getting that accreditation took some work. Thankful that Novo Nordisk and the International Diabetes Center out of Minneapolis helped get that going and helped us get the recognition. It's unfortunate that we do have a lot of people in our diabetes registry At IHS that we kind of go off of, there's nearly 1,000 people in that registry, but a lot of people that probably need to be in the classes and learning about the diabetes or learning about their diabetes and how to take care of it aren't at that stage where they want to learn. We have a lot of people that are in denial with their diabetes. So if we can help educate people how to take care of their diabetes, then I think we'd have a lot healthier people with less complications from diabetes. Kind of jumping around here so for our grant this year, we are concentrating on our wellness center to make sure our numbers are up, make sure we have everybody that comes into our center offered education, whether it be the DSME program, our prevention programs, exercise, or nutrition. So we do not have a nutritionist or RD on staff at the moment, but we do have one on contract that we're able to reach out to her for our clients that come into the center. So our fitness assessments, what we do in our center for our numbers, so everybody keeps saying numbers, you're just using us, and we are. We need the numbers to make sure that our grant continues. So this year it's going to be for the people that are coming into the center that have their first and second assessments done. Last year we probably had I'd say about 95% of the people that came in to do their second assessment meet those goals that they set with their tech. So it's pretty amazing to see a lot of people and see those transformations happen throughout their year or throughout the time that they're coming in to use our facility. We were given 5 questions, I believe, to answer, to talk about. Question number 1, the planning activities and goals. Every year we set our goals for our grant, because every year I have to rewrite the grant. This year is kind of a stressful year because it's a competitive grant, but we've been successful in writing and rewriting this grant for the last 21 years. So pretty confident that we will get refunded for the next 5 years. So, and we have to choose a best practice and go off that best practice for our goals. So like I said, this year we were concentrating on the people that are in our wellness center that come to utilize the program. So it's talking about priorities, our program priorities. And right now, again, that has to go with our grant. And so that's diabetes related education. And that encompasses basically everything that we do within our program, not only in the wellness center, but just trying to get information out there, education out there. We have one of our lifestyle coaches that has been reaching out to the communities to do education. We're kind of on our DSME program, it's still kind of, it needs a little work, I know, but we need to make sure that we're offering the education to the people that have type 2 diabetes. Like I said, we don't have a lot of people that are in that mindset yet to say, okay, I need help to control my diabetes. I need help to learn about how I do this or how I do that. Our education programs are amazing. It's just trying to get people to that mindset where they want to learn. Again, I can't say that enough. If you have type 2 diabetes, reach out to Rita Broken Leg, our RN, who can help set up a class for you. She can go out to the communities to do the classes, so if you as communities want her to come and set up a class for you, reach out, or call me and I can help set that up also. We can also do the diabetes prevention classes out in the communities, so you don't have to come to Rosebud because we know that the transportation is an issue. So help us help you. Reach out, utilize us. So the third question talks about the workforce needs and requirements. So we're always in need of personnel, but when you need personnel, you also need funding for that personnel. As of right now, our grant and SDPI throughout the nation, we haven't had an increase since 2000. So we've been operating on the same budget. I've been rearranging things in our budget, and it's getting kind of sparse now. In 2000, we had 20 people. We had 20 employees. As of today, we're down to 10 because it's juggling apples and oranges, trying to figure out, okay, so how do I keep these services going if my funding isn't increasing? And the only way I've been able to do that is to eliminate positions and take that funding from that salary and then put it into services. So we went from a staff of 20 down to 10. Right now, SDPI is asking Congress for an increase. So if our funding stayed up with medical inflation, so right now we have SDPI as a total gets $150 million a year. If we kept up with medical inflation, we should be at $234 million per year, which would give us all an increase. Right now, that's not happening. We're still fighting for an increase, asking for support. We put things out. We put things out on our Facebook page when we start doing our stuff that we need to for our grant stuff. So the people that have called Congress people or sent them emails, we really appreciate that because that does help SDPI in a whole. So number 4, how does Sinte Gleshka play a part in our program? We've collaborated with SGU on several different activities. So just staying a collaborative partner with us really helps with all of our activities, and then also gives us a chance to get our information out there, get our program out there. Like I said, we've been here since 1998, and I still get people saying, well, what do you guys do? You know, and it's kind of crazy. It's like, okay, we've been here. We used to put things in the paper weekly. I mean, geez, we have so many things that we do. But, yeah, so we're not just, people hear the word diabetes and get scared. We're not a scary program. We're a health program or prevention. That's basically it. I mean, if you're scared of your own health, let us help you learn about your health. The ideas for strengthening all of the basic questions here. So culturally, we start everything that we do, all of our activities, with a prayer and end with a prayer, just because we were all taught that way. You do things in a good way. Our education stuff, like I said, we offer prevention, prediabetes, and diabetes self-management education classes to all of our members in our tribe who are willing to come and learn or who want the education. We did start a garden project last year. We kind of finally had our full garden in. And then that first early frost kind of froze out a lot of our veggies. But we get that a lot of people don't want to help in the garden, or they don't want to come help weed or do any of that stuff. So it's been mainly our staff. But I was really proud of our garden because we did have some awesome vegetables coming up that we were able to share with a lot of our clients. So our programs within within our tribal program, we created a 24/7 program that we have for, like I said, our 24/7 programs that are listed in our manual, and that includes the corrections, the PD. I can't remember the list off my head, but at our facility, those professionals that have those strange working hours are able to come in and work at their own pace or work at their own time when they have the time, just because we know how stressful those positions are. So we have a keypad on one of our doors that they're able to come in. I have cameras all over our building, so I'm able to, and I do get the notices when somebody's there after hours. So I can get on, zoom in, and it's also helped us eliminate people who are violating our policy. So everybody signs the policy for that. One of the other big things that we do is our road runs and walks in the summertime. So we go to each community celebration, except for Antelope, and offer a road run just to help offset the cost and get people to their community. So pretty proud of that. We probably have, gosh, I think last year was about, on average, about 200 to 225 people at each road run, which is pretty amazing. When we first started, geez, probably almost 20 years ago, we had maybe 50 people coming. But every year it's increasing. We do separate our walkers from runners, and this past year we've had more runners at our road runs than ever, which is pretty amazing, and that's probably about 80 people, 80 runners that are coming to each event. I think that might be, if anybody has any questions? Yeah.
Phyllis Whiteshield, Swift Bear community. And Connie, I really appreciate the information and the education today on the diabetes program. I wanted to share a little bit of information as a grandmother. And right now, I have been learning quite a bit and also educating myself more so about diabetes. I have a grandson who was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes at the age of 15. Now, so I've really learned and still learning, you know, about his health and his well-being. Our Indian Health Services does a really good job. I mean, a real great job with him. And anytime he needs services, keeping him updated and outreaching to making sure that he has insulin and making sure he has the needles and the strips and everything that he needs in order to pursue his doctoring during the day. He takes 3 shots a day. And but one of the things that I am trying to advocate for, whether it's grant writing or whether it's a grassroots initiatives for grandmothers who do have takojas that are struggling and who are learning about type 1 and type 2 diabetes, is that right now, Indian Health Service is working very diligently to try to upgrade other methods of how to test sugar levels. And one of them is the Libra patch. Is a patch that can be on your arm so that, but you have to use your technology too with that, you know, and a lot of times, us, our generation, you know, is learning a lot about the type of technology that can be used with those type of instruments to measure your sugar levels. And so right now they are working very hard. As you're saying, it has a lot to do with grant money. A lot of times it's the money issue, you know, and the line items of what you can do to advocate and the needs of your youth or anybody, you know, of any age, you know, with diabetes. But I am specifically focusing on our youth, is that we have, as you're aware, in your experiences as tenure for your program, that you are proud. Indian Health, they are working very hard to be able to provide the Libra patch and other medical choices and initiatives in order to make our younger people's lives in education a little bit less stressful. You know, so with the Libra patch, with my grandson, he is in a upper higher educational system where he is working hands-on in his education. He has to test his finger blood levels 3 times a day. And he's also a musician. So by sticking his fingers has made him very sensitive and calloused where he can't play his guitar. So these are really big issues for our youth, for whatever they're involved in or whatever educational program they're involved in. So right now, we are trying just as grassroots grandmothers initiatives to be able to help each other, to empower each other about how we can help our grandchildren so that they don't struggle so much. And so the Libra patch is about $100 a month. It's $100 a month, and right now Indian Health cannot provide that through their pharmacy. They don't have a budget for it. Mm-hmm. And so that means that a lot of us grandmothers who are on a fixed income, who actually do initiate and still buy it, $100 a month. So that's $1,200 a year. Mm-hmm. And that doesn't count other, like buying your needles, buying your strips, and you have to buy them out of your pocket if your takojas are in school somewhere. And so with this patch, and then not only with that, the student has to have a cell that can read the Libra patch. So when you have the Libra patch, you put your cell up against the Libra patch and it reads your sugar level. Mm-hmm. So actually that's a whole nother educational component, you know, to the diabetes and then to the instrument that you're using. Mm-hmm. And so it reads it so that it prevents a lot of the sensitivity, you know, in reading your sugar levels by poking your finger. And then when you have students, and I'm focusing on the youth, when you have students in the classroom and you have students like my grandson who is going to a higher learning center, is that it's really difficult for them because they don't have the money and they don't have the knowledge of the resources to try to get the help so that they can have the medical instruments or whatever they need in order to become more successful and feel better, you know, during the day, so that it's not so hard. But I just wanted to share that with your program, because I know that your program works really hard, you know, to gain the information and the education of how we can help our youth. And so I'm focusing on our youth. And I would like to do more, you know, because I know there has to be a lot more grant monies out there. There has to be something more out there that provides a budget, you know, for our students, whether they go to the Todd County School District or Sinte Galeshka. And I know with Sinte Galeshka, I do need to really commend Sinte Galeshka's vocational ed program, because they have really done well, you know, with the program that they're bridging with to empower them and support those students who are working with type 1, you know, who are living with type 1. So I just wanted to share that, because sometimes a lot of our grandmas, such as myself, I can only speak for myself, you know, who needs the educational empowerment or the knowledge, you know, to be able to help their young people, their grandchildren, their takojas get through this. And because, like you said earlier, a lot of denial, sometimes with our youth, they're youth, you know, and they don't want to have to poke their fingers 3 days, and then, 3 times a day, and it's hard for them. And it's really emotional for us, you know, as grandmothers and those who are taking, it's really hard for us, you know, because we know what they're going through. And so I just want to really support and encourage and continue to say, keep up the good work, and just let us know, because sometimes we can be able to maybe even do a little bit, you know, that makes the lives of our young people a little bit easier. Mm-hmm. And I know my grandson had a really good friend whose sugar levels were like 700, and I mean, it was really serious. Mm-hmm. And just letting them know and that support. And so what kind of outreach do we do? You know, what kind of outreach other than, you know, the road runs and all of that is really good. But what other kind of outreach do we have, you know, that's in education? And I'm really sorry that some of our speakers had to leave, like Indian Health and so forth, because I know it's really helpful to be able to hear the grassroots in the community, you know, talk a little bit about what's happening, you know, in our households. Mm-hmm. So I want to say thank you very much. And I really hoping Indian Health is able to get their budgets, you know, because they're on a tight budget too. And I mean, it's pretty tough, you know, but at the same time, I think their program does a really good job. I mean, based on my experiences, I think they've done a really good job, you know, in supporting our youth, you know, to get them what they have and what they can do, you know, as far as their budget is and as far as what they can provide. Because if you look, any one of us, if you look on your cells, and if you have Google, or if you have anything, you look on Google and metformin or whatever the medication is, you're looking at a $2,000-3,000 a month budget for somebody who's taking insulin 3 times a day. And so thank goodness for our treaty. Thank goodness for our treaty for health, because it really helps and provides the intervention and prevention for our youth. Thank goodness for that we have that. Otherwise, I would really be having a hard time, and so would my grandson. So I want to say thank you.
Okay, so I want to talk about, we started a type 1 support group that's, we've had 2 meetings so far. The next meeting, I believe, is February 12th. But I'll have to make sure that's the right date, time. We'll have to make sure we usually have the meetings at the Wellness Center. But there are 8 type 1s in our IHS system. Type 1 is really unique. It's totally different than diabetes, than type 2 diabetes, or diabetes prevention. With type 1, your pancreas is not working at all, not producing any kind of insulin. That's why insulin is very important to a type 1, because that's what they need to live. Type 2 is your body is still making some insulin, it's just your body's not using that insulin the way it should. And when you're in prediabetes, you have that choice to start eating healthier, lose a little bit of weight, to bring those numbers back down, so you're back down to having a normal A1C. But so with our support group for type 1, it's pretty amazing that there's not a lot of resources on our reservation for a type 1 patient. What you were talking about with the Libra, that's amazing that you guys can do that for him, because right now IHS doesn't. So when you said your grandson had one, I was like, wait, now, how come we don't know about this? But if you guys are purchasing it on your own, then that's great. That really helps him. I mean, I've had diabetes, type 2 diabetes for, 23 years, and my fingers are calloused. I check my sugars at least 3 or 4 times a day. And that's what a type 1 should be doing, because you want to check all the time. I mean, we could sit here and go over everything that a type 1 needs to do and a type 2 needs to do. But in reality, there aren't any resources here except for IHS for a type 1 patient. We do know that as a child up to 18, they do have medical insurance through Medicaid, but it's really hard for somebody that's over 18 to continue to get the care that they need. We have one child or one young adult in that situation right now, so trying to help get that family educated, trying to help get them in the right direction that they need to go to get the resources for their child or for their loved one is really hard for the family. I wish there was more that our program could do to help money-wise, but again, our program is diabetes prevention, so our funding has to follow our grant goals and guidelines. We can help support different groups, and we always do that. We're pretty open to help what we can when we can. So offering our space for meetings, we do that at no charge for any group that wants to come in and hold a meeting. That's fine. We have IHS that comes in and does classes for their providers, just so they're not in the IHS facility and they have some time to actually sit and learn. We have RES that comes in and does paramedic training and updates. We've had all kinds of different groups or clubs come in and utilize our kitchen, our teaching area. So we're pretty happy that we're able to do that for the community. And I'm talking about education and the outreach. Again, like I said, we do have our DSME program, we have our prevention program and our prediabetes program. And we do reach out to the communities to say, hey, we're here, utilize us, we can come to you, you don't have to come to our facility. So if you guys want education, you guys, if you have something that you have questions on, reach out to us. Our nurse is at the building all the time. You can call her, you can call our lifestyle coach, and she can help set up education programs or education classes for your community. Call us. Our number is 747-4600. So utilize us. We're here, and we'll continue to be here as long as we keep getting funded. So, yeah.
Just as a note also, and this is more or less, as a teacher also, and not just as a grandmother, but a teacher, is that many of us, mothers, fathers, or family members, are not aware that if your student is type 2 or type 1, that the school is mandated by law to write a 504 program for your student. And a lot of times our people do not know that. So the program is written in the schools of how to, for no other better words, help that student. And also the training that goes along with that, with 504, is the training of what happens if a student has a diabetic episode where the sugar is too low, and say that he or she, happens to have a seizure or whatever. And in that plan, you're mandated to have training so you know what to do to save that student's life, or what to do to be able to get the sugar level up. For like type 1, like you said, it's really quite a different ballgame. And so I wanted to mention that, and I think one of our doctors at Indian Health gave a very good demonstration for type 1. And you mentioned the pancreas. And for type 2, your pancreas, you still have control over your sugar levels with your pancreas, right?
Yep.
But with type 1, your pancreas is outside of your body.
Yeah, it's not producing any
It's
kind
not
of insulin.
producing.
Yeah.
So, when I was told that was quite emotionally and physically and spiritually kind of upsetting, not upsetting, but it really shook me up, because the pancreas is on the outside. So he is his pancreas. He's going to have to take care, and make sure he gets that insulin. Because it would be detrimental if he doesn't. And so, and I think a lot of us really don't understand the differences, between the two. And, but that was such a powerful presentation, that he had given, because that's the reality of it.
Yeah, so each
it's the
school
reality.
district or each school that has a type 1, Bill Wallenberg, he is the dietitian, the RD for our IHS. He's the one, excuse me, he's the one that goes out to the schools
Yes.
and does those presentations. So we know that he's been in each school.
Yes.
We know that he's been, and he goes back 2, 3, 4 times if he needs to, just to make sure that the staff there understands what needs to happen.
Yes.
So
And
pretty
he's
thankful.
a wonderful resource,
He
Bill.
is.
Yeah.
He's local. So he's not native, but he is local. He grew up in the area, so he knows all of our facilities, basically knows us. He's basically part of us. The other one that's at IHS that is really helpful is Sammy Wan.
Yeah.
She has been a blessing to a lot of the type 1s that have been at the support groups. She is really knowledgeable about how things go. I think she used to be a case manager at one point. So I know we're trying to develop a resource guide because, like I said, right now there aren't a whole lot of anything for
isn't.
type 1s.
No.
And I wasn't aware of that until one of my tacos was diagnosed with type
Yes.
1 a few months ago. So learning about that and knowing how his life is going to have to be was really heartbreaking.
It is very, very heartbreaking.
Yeah,
But I
so-
would like to just share as another note is that there is kind of a small circle of us Uchis that are talking about that because we do have grandchildren with type 1. And so what I'd like to do as myself as a grant writer, what we're doing is we're researching of how we can find other resources and funding resources for Libras, to get the Libra patches. Because $100 a month for most of our Uchis on the reservation, that's a lot of money. And we don't know what other costs are besides the $100. And because you have to
the
pay for
cost
the
is
cell.
really high throughout
Yeah.
the year.
And you have to pay for the cell. They have to have the program on their
You can
whatever
download
cell.
the program on
Yeah.
any cell phone.
Right, and you have to have that, and you have to pay for it. So that's an additional $100. So you're looking at maybe $200, $250.
Well, I'd like to invite you to the next support group meeting so you can share those ideas and you can help the group
Would be willing to.
with doing any kind of fundraising or whatever it is.
Yes, I would like
Because
to
we
do
do
that.
have 8 in our area that have type 1.
Yes.
And like I
Big
said,
advocate
the
for it.
resources are really scarce and sparse,
Yes.
especially for those that turn 18 and lose their Medicaid.
Right.
Because type 1 isn't a disability.
I know we got a letter, and it said, come in and check for insurance. So I thought, well, okay, come on, let's go, We went, and because he's 18, no insurance.
No insurance for
And
18
you're like,
yeah.
what? No
Yeah.
insurance? And that's why I'm saying, thank goodness for our treaty, because we have medical, he has that safety net and prevention and intervention, with Indian Health. And so I just want to say thank you very much, and if there's anything I can help, or I would love to help you. So
Well, we'll
thank
get
you.
in contact with you for the next
Thank
support
you.
group so you can come and share those ideas, and maybe we can get something going for our type 1s because there is a
Especially-
need out there, and we need to address that. We need to make sure that they're being taken
And I learned
care of.
something today from you, that just the percentage and the numbers of type 1. I learned that, I
It's-
thought
there-
it was
there's
more.
8.
I thought it was more.
No, there's I shouldn't say only, but there's 8 patients
Wow.
that have type 1 in our
Wow.
system. So, and 8 is still a big number.
Wow.
So hopefully, and type 1 isn't only for youth anymore. We have adults that
Yeah,
don't live here on our reservation anymore, but are being diagnosed with type 1.
wow.
But we also have a lot of younger people that are being diagnosed with type 2. And I feel it's only because of the mindset. They don't want to learn. They don't want to make those life adjustments.
Yes.
And it's hard. It's a lifestyle change when
Wow.
you get diagnosed with type
It
2
is.
diabetes.
Life-changing not only for them, but for the family too,
Yep.
you know. So Wopila, Connie, thank you very much.
Thank you. Great. Anything else?
Hello.
Hi.
I have a couple questions.
Yeah.
One is in prevention. I
Okay.
noticed in elder meals, maybe up to over 50% of the meals they receive are heavy in carbs, which is detriment to their diet.
Mm-hmm.
And I am not sure if they have a dietitian on that staff, but isn't it just as easy to go online and just make up a calendar? I've worked in corporate dining facilities where menus are made out months in advance. And I don't know if the meals are getting thrown away or the lack of other foods coming into these elders, getting the elder meals are having to eat that, and that otherwise challenges their blood sugars levels and like that. And then also that if someone doesn't answer the door to elder's house, do they not make the effort to find out why they are not there? Because somebody could be lying on the floor. That should be our priority for our elders. To check on them.
The elder nutrition program is a whole different program, so I don't know what their guidelines are, what their policies are. But I think they do, I think they're in contact with the dietitian to help with their meal plans. But I do
Given the
agree
way
there's...
I've seen the diets the meals being served, that's not happening.
Again, I
Can
don't...
your department, don't you have any influence on that? Because that's a preventative issue.
I could reach out to her and ask her, offer whatever we can. But again, that's a whole nother program. And
Who has preview over that? Because this is more or less,
well, the director would have oversight over her program.
well, who has oversight on the overall program?
It'd be our tribal council.
I don't know when they post it. There's nothing on there.
Elderly
on their
nutrition isn't
.com
under the
or,
health board either,
social
so
network pages or the tribal page, nothing's posted. And whether it's their program, it would be nice to see the minutes of what goes on posted on a tribal page to inform people, because it seems as if more people are addicted to the social network to get their information than coming out to your departments, because it's tough. Some people, like you mentioned, are resistant to getting treatment for whatever motivation or reason. But if we continue to educate them by whatever means, that takes the burden off. I think we're finding ourselves more preventative than proactive.
yeah, I agree.
And then one thing, I am a hard advocate against meth. And we need to put out the information on both the active and the passive contamination and the damage, both psychological, physiologically, to the elders and diabetics whose family members come in who are active and come in contact with them. I've read what the CDC has put out in their journal. I've read the Journal of American Medicine Association, what they put out. This is very insightful stuff that needs to be put out. If we can articulate it in a means to put it out to the people where they can absorb the information and where it won't just pass by them, I think that would be more preventative and helpful than reactive.
I totally agree.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Because I could go on and on and on. if that's it. I was going to talk about our medical mobile unit, but Tori hit on that earlier. So other than that, like I said, call our program, 747-4600. Talk to Rita or Shirley about getting education to wherever you guys need. Shirley does our diabetes education self-management class, and Shirley does our prevention classes. So we're here, utilize us, come to our building, come work out, come. Our techs are really good. They can help design a program for you to use anywhere. So you don't have to necessarily be in our wellness center to be healthy. So for the health of it, thank you. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your questions. Wapla. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll say a meal prayer. But diabetes is a tough one. I know my shock when I was told that I'm diabetic, and I have such a fondness for sweets, especially chocolate. So they put me on medicine, and then my numbers, they said, are good. I think the last time they were 6.4, so they took me off my medicine. And I'm keeping my fingers crossed and prayers that I don't have to go back on. Because I remember when I was following my late son in a hospital, Scott, there were 3 contract doctors there. And they come from Toledo, Los Angeles, and somewhere else. They said, Lionel, the reservation has a terrible diabetes program. And I don't know that you can ever rid it, but you can reduce the prospect of having it. What there needs to take place is your tribal council needs to literally declare war on diabetes. They have to issue a proclamation that they're going to address it. And then everybody, all of the programs need to get together to sit down and to come up with a plan of action, how you're going to inform all of the people as to what diabetes is. And then those same programs are going to have to sit down and come up with a program to address it. And you're going to have to identify the food that has to be eliminated from the reservation. And everybody has to make that commitment. For instance, no more Pepsi, no more pizza. And you're going to have to replace these with fruits and vegetables and get into gardening and greenhouses throughout the year. And they said, you're going to have to do this for about 25 years. And then you're going to see a reduction in diabetes. But if you don't do it, they said what could await the reservation down the line is blindness and the cutting off of our limbs. And that's a dim prospect. So what Connie was talking about and what Phyllis was talking about here is very important, as well as the others. So I thank those who come forward to share what they know and motivate and inspire the rest of us to bear down and to address these, in our hope that we have a healthier reservation. And with that, I've got a spirit plate here to pray for our meal. There again, there was a time when I probably really overdid my eating. And I remember 3 times going into restaurants in different parts of the United States and ordering a 52-ounce steak and having no problem eating it. And I told the missus that, she said, you know, that's more than eating a 4-pound roast. She said, I'd be embarrassed to tell that. But I've cut back food over the years, and as of now, I've lost 110 pounds. I'm down to 221. So the tough part about that is clothing. The clothes that I had now, when I go out and try to replace it, I just can't believe the cost of what a shirt or a pair of pants cost anymore. I can imagine our people not having employment and yet having to buy clothes for themselves or their kids. That's a tough one. And the workforce we're talking about, we need to sit down and to see how we can work towards providing employment for our people. How can we work with this 1.7 million acres of land to provide employment? What can we do to maybe expand our businesses so that we have tribally owned businesses? I know part of our plan right here is that St. English guys, maybe we need to get into businesses ourselves. Money is tough to secure. We've had tremendous cuts in Washington, D.C. in education and other programs, and yet, on the other hand, we have this land that we can work with through prayer and ceremony and see the monies that we might be able to secure from our own homelands. We do a lot of leasing, and a lot of people have made money off of the lands that they've leased, putting into different types of agriculture and farming. But when I take a look at our finance for our students, probably half of our students really don't have any kind of financial aid. But you got to admire their commitment for getting up in the morning and getting home late at night. So maybe some of these businesses that we could even look at through St. English University could help maybe make some money for scholarships and for financial assistance for our students, as well as to maybe raise money for our own faculty and staff raises. So these are areas that are on our drawing board for the future as well. So we also need your ideas, need your recommendation, need your input and your prayers to help us realize some of those as we go about wanting to strengthen St. English University. And with that, let me say a prayer here. Pray for those who are less fortunate, who themselves might not have food today, might not have a bed tonight, a roof over their head, those themselves who have health issues, who are in hospitals, who might be at nursing homes, or especially those who've lost loved ones and are having a difficult time understanding why that is, or ask for prayers to bring those home who are in our prisons due to an unfair justice system, or pray for the safety of those of our loved ones who are in military bases throughout the world. And we ask that the Creator bring them home so that they can be with their families. And we ask the Creator for guidance and strength and direction in the things that we need to do to strengthen who we are as Noyate in this institution. We pray for everybody's safe health and safe travel and a good future for all of the people who are on earth today and the Tlakojas who are yet to come. Tjata Wicakopoa Katraka. Men Akatusno Yate Eliamsona. Akikta Nesjevni Hanktapo. Nahachun Kupelo, Onkiapelo. Omitako Yase. Pilamayapelo. Thank you. You guys go get something to eat. And we've got any number of resource people we've invited, and they're here, or additional ones, so we'll have Shirley Badwone kick this off, and she's kind of the organizer here of these names, so she'll announce the order in which they're here. So, Astelo, Taya Hipelo, Wopilat Kanka, Ichichapelo. Shirley?
Okay, thank you for inviting me to this this agenda and providing information on the program that I've been working for. I'm starting my 20th year as the Indian Child Welfare Act Specialist for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, and I took this job back in December 2000, expecting to, the tribe had lost their 638 contract, and it was being supervised by Casey Family Program at that time. And I thought it was going to take it for 1 year, and the work is really rewarding, and I'm still here. There's a lot of good outcomes in the work that I do. If there weren't, I probably would have moved on. But I'm a mother of 6 children and a grandchildren, Untitled of 5. I have done various, I've been around here for a long time, since about 1978, so I've done a lot of social service. I've always been in the helping field. But the Indian Child Welfare Act is a 638 contract that the tribe is carrying out the duties. And one of my main duties is receiving inquiries and notices of our children that are in the child protection system throughout the nation. So when I say the nation, I say 50 states, and I don't know how many different counties. We have a lot of tribal members that live throughout the country. Indian Child Welfare Act has been in existence since 1978. And it's kind of a shame that it hasn't been properly supported because it's a legal process. So one of the things that you really need to work with is attorneys. I work with state attorneys, I work with parents' attorneys, children's attorneys when a case gets started. So my inquiries come from state social services, and then I work very closely with enrollment. They're kind of like my right hand. When we get our inquiries, they're written up and they're given to the enrollment program, and then I get a response back from them whether the child is connected to our tribe, meaning in the law, the ICWA law says that the child must either be enrolled or an eligible member of a federally recognized tribal member. So once that connection is made, then I proceed with the legal documents and file this document called a Notice of Intervention to be a party to the case and get it identified in the state courts as an Indian Child Welfare Act case. And I think that's pretty powerful when we get to do that, because then the lawyers who really should know all about the laws of the Indian Child Welfare Act have to carry that in courts. And then I work with the agencies to find families, and one of my really enjoyable jobs is when I am able to transfer a case back to tribal court. And I work very closely also with Sichango Child and Family Services. They're the child welfare agency that helps me in reviewing a case, finding relatives, going through the proper procedures. There's a lot of federal requirements we have that are attached to our federal dollars. So when we do find a relative, we really advocate for them to either get their child wherever they live. I got a real big case right now in Colorado Springs, found a grandfather in Alliance, Nebraska. He wasn't available at the beginning of the case because he wanted his daughter to get her child back, and she's not going to. So we've been doing a lot of litigation, and it's looking real good. I have a hearing next Tuesday, and I think he's at the final stages of an approved home study. So but that's my happy times, when I'm able to reunite a child back with their family. And my other one is adoptions with tribal members. We have relatives that took in their child and they do want permanency. They can have a guardianship, but a lot of times they want permanency. I had a recent adoption hearing in the fall where the one parent was Oglala and the other one was Rosebud. And I went to the adoption hearing because they're tribal members from Oglala and they're adopting their relative. And it was really inspiring to see that connection and see that they were really anxious to have a picture with me also. Another adoption hearing, it's not only, I went to one where Crow Creek was adopting, there was one from Oglala and one from Mars, and they were all tribal members. So the process works. You know, we just gotta help the family walk through that process. So it's a real busy job. I'm lucky that my big children get pretty upset at me when they call me, and one even FaceTimes me, and if he sees me at my office at 8 o'clock or 7, he says, blank, blank, get home, you know. But I really love my work because I do a lot of work with the Wachichus in the states, the attorneys. I really pride myself. I was reared by my own Tungashala, my maternal grandfather, Daniel Badwound. And there's a lot of teachings and wisdom that I got from him and a late Lekshi Algin Badwound. So I carry those in the work I do and be real respectful. And, you know, there are times that get really sad, you know, when we don't have any families to come forward. So if there's any message I can give to the people is to, you know, I want to have them in droves come forward and say, I want to get cleared, I want to go to see Chango Child and Family, and I want to get a home study, and I'm ready to take, if it's not my relative, I want to take, you know, a child. And so anyway, that's kind of what little overview of my work. It's real busy. There's a lot of paperwork. Sometimes I feel like my office is medical records because there's a lot of documents we have to properly file them. We also assist in helping the agencies with getting these children enrolled also. It's real important to get them enrolled. I had a Seminole tribal member and a Rosebud tribal member. And the child was eligible for both, so we wanted him enrolled in Seminole because they get some pretty good funding. So there's things like that. I do a lot of traveling, go to the courts. It's really, we're kind of in a, we are in a crisis with our culture. I feel like a little girl yet. And a lot of our distinguished elders are leaving us, and we have a lot of, sometimes it makes me sad when I think of, I just, you know, I want to go back in time because I didn't realize these elders that were here that we thought would be forever, they're gone. So a lot of their wisdom. And another thing I carry in my heart is that we really need to talk to our families about being alcohol and drug-free and meth-free. A lot of my cases have to do with meth, and we don't need to be blaming. We need to find out what is the reason why they got in there. Let's work together to try to, like I said, if that parent, I'm really sad that a parent, I think, well, they have a lot of history with their own families. So sometimes, you know, they have a difficult time getting their child back, and instead they still want to stay on that addiction trail. So we really need have a lot of services that we need to provide to them and take advantage of that. But I also want to talk a little, I invited someone that walked up to greet me today, and I want her to tell her little story because it's a real example of what the Indian Child Welfare Act does in court. So I'm going to invite her to share her little story.
Well, my name is, this is kind of low. Can you guys hear me? My name is Brandy Moran, and we got into, I've actually adopted 4 little ones. 2 of the little ones that I did adopt, we got into foster care because I had a step-grandbaby that got put into the system, and the only way that we could get her out, but we couldn't adopt her unless we were foster parents. So we went through the process, and my stepdaughter and myself, it was an easy process. She agreed to let us adopt because we really didn't want her to be into the system. So she agreed, and we went through the adoption probably within a year. While we were still foster parents, we got a call from Rapid City, and they talked us into taking a little guy. They said he was 12 days old, and he was going to be getting a discharge from the hospital. You can't hear me? Okay. Can you hear me now? Is it better? Okay. They said that he was, so we got into foster care because of my stepdaughter. She had a little one that was taken from her and put into the system from the hospital. We ended up getting her when she was 5 weeks old. And we did get to, with my stepdaughter and myself, we talked about it, and we wanted her out of the system, and we didn't want her to be in foster care. So my husband and myself went through the foster care classes and followed through with everything, because to adopt through, once they're in Child Protection Services, you have to be certified. So for us to, we adopted my step-granddaughter. She's 3 now. She was 5 weeks old when we first got her. And since we went through the system when we were in foster care, they talked us into taking another child from Rapid City. They said he was 12 days old and he was getting discharged from the hospital. So my husband and I decided we were going to take him, and then we called back and we said, no, we don't think we can do this. It's like, so it was kind of a godsend that Monday morning, because this had happened on a Friday when DSS called and said that he was getting discharged and they were bringing him, and they were meeting us halfway. So we were like, wow. It's like, well, we're going to try this. We'll see if we can handle this. So they brought him and we met. When my great-grandma's name was Little Chief, so when they brought him and they dropped him off, the shirt that he had on said Little Chief. So I was just like, I was like, maybe this is a godsend. It's like, we're going to try this. And the first night was awful, because we had, Kylie at the time was 9 months old, and Joseph was 12 days. So it was we did not get any sleep over the night, and we didn't know what we were going to do. So we did call DSS and we said, we can't do this. It's like, we're not getting any sleep. I still have to go to work. But they asked us to try. They asked us to, like, they said they had a hard time placing him. They asked if we could just try it out for the week and see how it went. We ended up trying it, and then we ended up getting very attached. They told us that that he would be a potential adoptee. They did tell us that he did have a sister. We weren't really sure. I mean, when you're in foster care, you hear a little bit of the things, what's going on, and you don't hear a lot. So we thought the sister was being adopted by somebody else. So our intentions, I guess, as we kind of went through and we kept him longer, that we were probably going to get to adopt him. When the time came and they do this committee, and Shirley's part of it, and I visited with Shirley a little bit before they did this adoption committee, and they make a decision on where the children go. At that time, I mean, there's a lot of other people that are in that also. At the time, this adoption committee decided, I missed a bunch of parts, but we, his sister ended up coming and staying with us too. Our intention was to adopt both. So she was with us for about a year, I think, about 9 months, I think it is, altogether. And so they called and they told us she did have some relatives that lived in North Carolina. Her relatives, it was a close uncle. It was her dad's brother that lived there. Joseph did not, that's my little boy, did not have any relative or relationship to the family, but his sister did. So the adoption committee decided that both children were going to go to North Carolina. At that time, I'm like, Joseph we had accepted him into our family as ours. I mean, my kids were his brothers and sisters. I was his mom. My husband was his dad. It's like my parents were his grandparents. It's like, aunts and uncles. So the first thing I did was call Shirley. And I called her, and I called her, and I called her. And I know, and I text her, and I'm like, you need to help us with this. It's like, because the worst scenario was to see him go with somebody else. It's like, because to me it was like, felt like I was losing a child by him leaving. I still get somewhat emotional when I talk about it. But in the end, we had to fight for him, and we fought for the little girl also. Shirley was a huge help. Without Shirley, we would have not. The outcome, we did end up getting to adopt Joseph. It is a special, kind of a different case where we had to fight that he was part of our Junca family. Like, he was already part of our family. And it's like his sister, he had not grown up with her, he had not lived with her, he didn't have much of a connection with her. We tried in that little time that we did have her to have that connection, but it just didn't happen because she had been in the system for quite some time, unfortunately. But she's doing really well now. And Joseph is with us, but we did have to go to the court, and we had to say our side. They had to say their side. Dana Hanna was our lawyer that helped. He's our tribal attorney. He was really good. He helped us fight for him. Then in December of last year, they call us and they say, the social worker called us and said, we lost him again, that he was going to go to North Carolina. So I called Shirley again. I'm like, oh my gosh, they told us we're going to lose him again. She's like, just wait, this doesn't sound right. She's like, don't think. So just before Christmas last year, we did find out that we got to keep him. We got to adopt him February of last year. So it's just, I mean, without Shirley and Dana helping us, and without ICWA, there's no way that we would have, the system would have sent him to North Carolina, and I mean, just the trauma that he would have endured by not knowing that other family would have been awful for him. He was really attached to us, and he really has a hard time, like, not being around my husband or myself or even his brothers and sisters. So I just want to commend, like, all the things that she does, because without her program and without ICWA, it's like these kids would be just lost, and the state would decide where they were going to go and what would happen to them, which is scary. So, thank you. I know.
I really thank Brandy for being here, and you were just like sunshine when I saw you, because I was thinking, how do you share legal information, you know? And a lot of it is, I mean, someday maybe I'll write a book, but I have a lot of beautiful stories. If I didn't have good things happening, you guys, I'd be out the door. And I think it comes from my upbringing, you know. I was born in Alliance, Nebraska. My grandparents went there, and my mother worked there, and they moved back to Allen. And then when this factory was going to move to a different town, and I think all of a sudden my Unchi and Tungashala came and moved us back into north of Martin into isolation, you know. And my ina used to talk about she could have worked in this different factory, but they made a decision to bring us home. So a lot of the values and how it was raised, you know, a lot of the non-Indian ways are really a conflict, and this case is a real good example. The state was trying to follow the laws of placement and wanted to keep the siblings together. They had the same mom, but they had different fathers. But unfortunately, they already placed a little baby, and you know, how many of us get bonded with a little one and any family member? We always take people in, you know, and we don't just forget about them. And she did bug me a lot by text. At times I think I just can't answer her, and I don't want her to think I'm not responding, but it was a battle. But I wanted to tell her in the beginning, we're gonna win, but I couldn't. So what we did in that case is at the adoption hearing committee that I'm on, I objected, and I was outvoted, but that special ICWA specialist advocate vote was very powerful. And then Dana is I don't have to use him all the time, but he is the attorney for Pennington County cases. So I asked him if we had a contested placement hearing. So we did have to take this into court, and it was just hard to look at her and her husband and her mother, you know, tears just coming down and not knowing what the outcome was. But we did put that before a judge, and especially when I found out that the other family had to be talked into taking her little one. And I thought, that doesn't sound good if they're gonna have to change their mind to take their relative. So in the end, we did win, and I went to the adoption hearing, and it was really happy. So there's a lot of different situations that get played out in the state court. So that's one of them, and I really thank you for being here, because a lot of these stories and a lot of these situations, they are confidential, so I can't share them. But it is all about, ICWA is about, I always say when I get beat up or talked down or whatever, you know, I know some of my kids would love me to walk out of this job, but there's a reason why I'm here, and is that it's about taking care of your relatives. You know, we were raised like that. And I have another grandma I'm working with, and she said, if my grandmother was alive the way we were raised, she would just point to that one, that one, that one. You take two, you take whatever. She said somehow that disappeared. And how many of us listen to our elders? And you know, my elder told me to go get an education, and I wanted to make sure, and so that he was there at my graduation, and you know, with his little cowboy hat and faded blue jeans and everything. He was just so happy to see me graduate from USD. So I just want to share that a lot of this comes from our upbringing, and I wish that pendulum would swing to quit complaining, quit blaming, and just say, what can I do? What can we do? You know, because it is about just trying to take care of our children. I want to be known as the tribe that cares for their children. I don't want, you know, and I tried real hard, and thank you for commending my program, which just consists of me. But I do get a lot of help from Sichangwa Child and Family Services. I'm in their building, so I get a lot of support, and sometimes I have a case and I need to hear someone else give me some input. I'll go into Kathy Blackbeard's office or Elizabeth to just sit down and get another opinion. But anyway, this is a little overview of the ICWA program, and someday I keep begging for help. I say I need a admin assistant, I need a lawyer, but I do have, I can consult with Judge Valandra, I can consult with Bull Bearshield, but everyone is busy. Everyone is just like overworked. I wish some tribes, the Navajo tribe has, I don't know how many ICWA specialists, how many lawyers. It's just you know, I had to give a presentation for Casey Family Program in Denver year and a half ago. They have something called ICWA courts now in the state courts. Denver has one. Well, Denver's outstanding. That judge makes sure that I'm on the phone so I can hear the proceedings. I don't have to travel there. And I remember there was a Cherokee ICWA representative, there was a Navajo, and there was me. And then I heard how Cherokee has a whole bunch of money, big old staff, and their population is outrageous. It's like, to get enrolled there, they have whole big numbers. And Navajo was pretty impressive too, and I said, I'm gonna be last. I said, gee, you guys have big programs. So I just kind of added on to, you know, my piece. But I think out of that, we're the most cultural. We're rich in our culture, and that's what we need to pass on. And we need more lawyers. We need Native lawyers helping us. We need more, I don't know why in the state social services, and maybe that's a question for our legislators, there's not very many of our people working in child protection services in Sioux Falls and Pierre, and then you go to Denver or somewhere else and you see all kinds of other nationalities that are workers. So that's another thing. I just think it's slow progress. But like I said, the story that Brandy shared is I'm really thankful and honored that she shared that, and the endings can be real rewarding, but legally it does take a lot of steps to get there. So thank you for inviting me.
Wopila. Now this is really it's a tough area. I know I was could have been a candidate for a foster home when I was born in 1940. Fortunately, I had grandparents who stepped forward and took me and my brother, Linwood, who was 7 years older. Neither one of us had a father. My I saw my father when I was 32 years old for the first time. He was in a coffin, but I didn't know his name till I was 18. And I know my brother never did ever see his father. But my mother, when the war started, she obviously saw the need to work to help support us. So she caught a ride to Sioux Falls and scrubbed floors and eventually become a beauty hairstylist and owned her own beauty shop in the mid-1950s. And when my brother come back from the service, unfortunately hanged himself, my mother gave everything up. But I was always proud of the fact that my grandparents, having raised 9 children, were willing to step forward and take 2 more young ones. But who's next here? Shirley, Elizabeth, Anita, or somebody over here? Who? Nursing home? White River? Okay. All right.
Well, I originally came for the nursing home. Then I saw Shirley, and Shirley kind of grabbed me and had me come over. So I am the administrator at the White River Healthcare Center. I have been at the White River Healthcare Center since '97. I've been in long-term care for over 22 years. When I started out over there, I started out as a CNA and a van driver, and then I've kind of worked my way up. I graduated here from SGU, and then I have taken my license to become the administrator at the nursing home. I got my license December of last year. Well, technically I passed my test December of last year, but I didn't get my license until January 3rd. So I was acting for a year, and then this last year I have been the administrator. So we are a long-term care facility. We take care of people that aren't able to take care of themselves outside of a facility, or somebody that needs assistance. We can hold up to 52 residents. Right now we have 35, 36. We have one in the hospital. We usually don't have more than probably 40 residents. It kind of varies. We actually have anywhere from probably 63 to 68 employees. And that goes from anywhere from registered nurses to LPNs. We do have some graduates that came from SGU that are working as nurses at our facility. The CNA classes, they do come and do some of their skilled nursing. We do have one of our CNAs sitting in the crowd right now also. Maybe I'll have her come up and visit with us too. Jay. But we do have quite a few. Right now, we have 2 nurses that are on during the daytime, 2 charge nurses. Our facility is a little unique. We used to only be the only Native American facility or tribally owned facility in South Dakota. They have just recently opened Eagle Butte. The Eagle Butte, I'm not sure how many residents they have right now, because they have to do, they they have to work through a process with the state, and they can only have, I think when they started, they only had like 14 residents, and then they have to do so many surveys, and the state has to come in and make sure that they're in compliance with the regulations. We have federal and state regulations here in South Dakota. Some states, every state is different with their regulations. Some go by federal regulations, some go by state, and some do both. So it just kind of depends on which state you live in. We are managed by a management team right now. They're called Native American Health Management. They are the ones that also manage the nursing home in Wicawotapi, the Ogallala, I forget what it exactly, they call it a couple of other different names, but the one in Wicawotapi. And they are the ones that helped, so we're working on towards building a new facility. They are the ones that helped Pine Ridge build their facility also. I haven't been over there. I've seen the pictures on the website, and and a couple of my nurses have gone over there and visited, and it's a beautiful facility. One day, hopefully, the tribe took over our facility in White River. I think it was around 98, 97, 98, somewhere in there. But our facility has been up since 76. So it's been about 43 years that it's been running and up. And I mean, as time goes, things start breaking, and things just, I mean, with all of the updates that they have in healthcare, things have changed a lot. Let's see, we are very unique in South Dakota since we are tribally owned. Our funding comes under the 638. We are part of the master contract, but we don't get any money that's allocated towards us. Medicaid, we have to go through the state and ask Medicaid to reimburse us. We are one of the highest reimbursed nursing homes in South Dakota, though. Just because we're tribally owned and our funds come federally and not from the state directly. The other nursing homes that do get Medicaid, their money comes straight from the state. Since our rate is a little bit higher, and like our cost report, we do get to hopefully self-sustain ourselves from the tribe, where in the past our rate wasn't quite as high as it needed to be, and we used to ask a lot of assistance. And since we're only, we get that higher rate, we don't, by us using Medicare, it wouldn't pay us enough at our facility, so we do not accept Medicare. We do Medicare D. Medicare D is medications only. So with that, anybody that does qualify for Medicaid, then we do accept those. We do have an admission process. I have a lot of people that have a lot of questions. They think, a lot of times nursing homes, they think you can just come straight to a nursing home, that you can come right in, you can get admitted. There is a huge process with all of the regulations that we have to go through. There's a process that has to happen before anybody can come to a nursing home. We have to get, the very first part is we have to make sure that we are able to meet those needs. There's some, this is where I wanted Carla to come in and visit. She's our social worker at the facility, so she does a lot of the admissions. We do get referrals from all over the place. We are probably 95% Native American at our facility. We can take any other nationality, but most of the referrals we get are Native American. They come from Rapid, they come mainly from the hospitals. Some facilities may contact us because they want like a family member to come closer to home, so we will look at from facility to facility. But our first process is to make sure that we have that information. So we have to have like past and history information on a potential resident to make sure we're able to meet the needs, because we do not have RN coverage 24/7, and some residents, they do have to have 24/7 RN coverage. So a RN is a registered nurse. We have a registered nurse for only 8 hours a day. So, and there's certain things, if they need physical therapy, occupational therapy, or a lot of like the different cancer, we aren't able to help those residents with that. since it would cost too much for us to try to drive people back and forth, and we don't have a contracted physical therapist in our facility since we're not skilled. So, and we do have job opportunities. Right now, we kind of on a hold with our CNA. We do offer CNA classes at our facility, but we have to have a registered nurse that can do those classes. And at this time, we do not have a registered nurse that are offering those, but we're hoping to get that back up and going. We do have van drivers, we have housekeeping, laundry, kitchen staff, there's cooks and there's dietary aides. We also have a hospitality aide, and they more or less go in and make beds, and they pass waters and make sure that the rooms have everything that they need, their supplies. So those are opportunities that for job opportunities. We're always looking for people. So I always tell if anybody's looking for a job to come and put an application in, and we can go from there. You do have to be able to pass a background check. You also need to be able to pass a drug test, and that's on employment. So those are kind of our two expectations of asking or trying to get in a position. So, but that's basically what we are.
Washington, I'm pretty familiar with the nursing home in White River. White River is my hometown. I was born 5 miles north of there, but I moved into White River when I was 16 years old. But I've always heard of the place. And I know one time my grandparents were talking about the nursing home. I don't know that it was the same one, because I'm talking about something that happened back in around 1900. I don't know if the nursing home was probably there, but I don't know that it was the same facility. But they were talking about an old cowboy by the name of Joe Condelario. Bless his heart, he's been long in the spirit world. But he wore boots all his life, and he had high heels with those boots. And when they committed him to the elders' home there in White River, they removed his boots, and he couldn't use his boots anymore. And he couldn't stand up. He kept falling over backward. So I guess, you know, them old cowboys, when they took their boots off, they had a tough time walking because they were accustomed to a balance that high boot heel provided them. But when that heel was no longer there, you know, you had a tendency to go over backward. So I know that nursing home. And then when I was about 11 years old, they shut Horse Creek Day School down, and they moved us into the town of White River. And George Brave was our bus driver, and he went about 7 miles to the northeast, picked up the Little Clouds, picked up myself and Orville Janice, Leonard Eagle Pipe, Philip and Marcella Castaway, and went towards the Standing Elks and Francis Bordeaux's place. A blizzard hit, and for 3 days we couldn't go home. We had to stay in town, and the school was put on the spot because they had to find lodging for us. And of course, where they went to was the nursing home. So for 3 days, me and my cholas, who were stranded there in White River, we were student patients at the nursing home there. So we got an opportunity to intermingle with those who were there and eat with them and kind of, talked with the elders there and what have you. So that was kind of a good experience but something that I always appreciated, the nursing home there, elders program there in White River for stepping forward and giving us a place to stay. So thank those who are still there today in another fashion. If I ever get stranded in White River and I'm knocking on a door, well, I'm not coming there permanently, but maybe just overnight. But who's next here now? Elizabeth, your name is here. You want to talk from there? I'll stay.
Sorry, I can't stand up for that long a time. So, I'm Elizabeth Little Elk, and I am the director for Sichangu Child and Family Services. Move it up. Can you hear me now? Okay, all right. So I'm Elizabeth Little Elk, and I'm the director for Sichangu Child and Family Services. The agency has been in existence for this is the 13th year. And initially, the agency was created, and I think a lot of people forget this, is that I see us growing and continuing to grow. We always want to have quality improvement. We always want to be able to say, that we aren't where we need to be, but we're moving ahead. And initially, when we started in 2007, we opened our doors January 1, but prior to that, how we developed the program is that the Bureau of Indian Affairs rescinded the 638 contract with the tribe. So they had the child welfare services. And then I think the tribe wanted at that point to get the contract back, to get those child services under the tribe. So at that time, we had a council retreat and asked them, I think, Lionel, you were a part of that retreat. And we basically asked them, what would you like to see for your children? What would you like to have done? And the whole area of child welfare, but also other aspects of it. I know that education was a big part of it. So we took the suggestions or the input from the council at that time. And I still have those because I think, and every now and then I look at them because I think, that was the thinking, and it still is the thinking of why we exist as an agency and what we want for our children. But I'm just going to read just a few of them. In terms of the vision, what they saw, what they wanted to do, this was done in 2006, so that was the council back then. We would be a tribal nation that truly puts the well-being of children as paramount in all of the decisions that the tribe makes. Every child has the right to Tiwahe, Tioshbaya, and Oyate. Every child has the right to practice their own religion, know and participate in their own culture, and to speak their own language. We would have a sustainable system that has as its core Lakota values and lifeways that would ensure that we believe that children are sacred and that they should be cared for in a manner that ensures they remain sacred beings. So we had vision. We looked at the core values, what would be a core value that you would have for an agency. We went through and got the input from all of the council people. And then at that point, we gave them, there was at the same time that we were working with the council, we also had a group of people. It was about 24 individuals from all the it was like a multidisciplinary team that came together once a month. And we asked them the same questions. What would you like to see? What are the things that you can bring to this work? What kind of commitment will you have to this work? And then we also, at that time, had a grandmother's group. We had elder women that we brought in from the community, and we basically asked them, how do you think children should be raised? What are some of the things that are really important that we've lost as a people? And then we explained foster care to them, and we explained like guardianship. We explained, what happens when children are taken away. So we explained kind of the process of some of the things that are done in child welfare. And so they were aware of that. We did our foster parent training with them and said, this is what we do to train foster parents, to recruit and license them. What changes do you see? What would you like to have done? At the same time, we also had a grandfathers group, and basically that group was the Lakota Studies from Untitled University. So we brought them in, and they told us from a man's perspective, what are some of the responsibilities of foster fathers, of young men that were in our program, and what we needed to do. So it was kind of really valuable information. And we still have those tapes, and most of it is in Lakota. So, and most of the people that were on those two groups, the grandmothers groups, they're all gone now. And the grandfathers group, I think maybe there's 3 or 4 still around. So it's really valuable that, and whenever it gets really, really hard sometimes, because this work is hard, that we remember those things, that, what did they tell us? They told us it wouldn't be easy, that it would be hard, it'd be difficult. And what are some of the things that we needed to do? The state right now does a child protection services, and we got a planning grant for the tribe to do their own child protection services. And so it's been a process. It's been a very long and detailed process that we have done, and it's called Title 4E Implementation Plan. But what that is basically what we did is we redid all of our policies, our procedures. We created a child information system. We also have a financial component to it, because 4E is what the states get to pay for their foster care. It's not all of it, but it's some of it. So, so tribes can directly do that now, whereas before we couldn't do it. But as of 208, we can directly work with the federal government. So we've done that. Our plan was approved. It was a long process. I won't go into it. If somebody's interested, come and ask me, and we can show you exactly what we did. And so it was approved. We have some things that we have to do. One is we have to add some things, take some things out, and add some things to the children's code. And so we've been working on that. But that's been real slow because we have to have attorneys present when we do that. And Judge Valandra and Janet have been real helpful in the process. But we still have a ways to go. No, a lot of ways to go, but we still have a couple more things that we have to do before we present it to the council. The other thing that I wanted to make sure that everyone here knows is that we have a staff of 10 people, and 5 of those people graduated from Sinte with their BA in Human Services, and some of them went on and got their master's degree. So currently we have 5 staff that graduated from Sinte, and we have 1 person working on their master's degree and another person working on their bachelor's degree. And if our plan goes as we plan it to be, then we're going to need a lot more staff. We're thinking we'll probably hire up to 16 people, if not more. And so I have talked to Human Services with Sinte. I think we need to work more together with them and to see what kind of work, people that we can get to work for our program. We have, so with the Title 4E, what that means is that we'll be able to do all the child protection on the reservation. We will, the state will no longer be responsible for that, but we will. And so we've done very, very careful planning, and we want to be able to have the kind of case management system that we want for the families and children and families that we have. Because 4E is basically, it's a pot of money that we can be reimbursed for, but there's a lot of things that we have to do in order to be eligible for that. And the court has to be in sync with us. And hopefully the police department will also do that. Let's see. So what we've done is we've gotten through all of this, and I think that the way that we look at that we will do child protection is that right now it's real punitive. It's like somebody goes into the home, everybody's drunk, the children are by themselves. Say the police officer takes the child and puts the child in with the DSS. And in some cases, DSS does not go out and do the check. So sometimes the police officer will go to a home, take the children and take them to the neighbors, or, auntie shows up or uncle shows up, and so then he takes a child, and that's that. But what we're hoping is we'll be able to approach it from a different perspective, in that every referral we get, we will go out, not to be punitive, but to be helpful. Because some of the referrals that we have, that the state gets now are, say, like head lice. The kid's been sent home to school. This is probably the 4th time, and so the children are sent home, and then the state doesn't do anything to follow up with that child. They say there's no danger there, we're not going to do anything. But what we would like to do is to go to that home and say, what can we help with? What can we do? A long time ago, if you had there's if you have bugs in a home, you bring bugs in a home, there's a lesson there that those bugs are trying to tell that family. So you have to be careful. And see, that's just completely not a part of who we are now. But we would like to be able to say, here, what can we do to help? Do they have adequate water? Do they have, the facilities? Do they have here's some things that you can do to help and not be punitive, but to be, I think what we want to do is we want to be able to be healing. We don't want it to be, okay, well, sometimes I think sometimes we forget how Lakota culture was very strict, and how we were really, if somebody said something to you, you acknowledged it and you listened. And it's real different now, really, really different. And so I think if we could help families to be able to understand and see, kind of what the elders group told us, the elders, men and the women, what they told us, how we should be with children and with families. So I don't think that we want to be, otherwise, why even do this work? If we're just going to replicate the state, why even do it? Better just let them go ahead and do it, because this work is really hard. So as we proceed in this journey, we need help. We need to be able to count on Sinte Gleshka University to be able to provide some of those positions that we're going to be needing, child protection services. We need counselors. We need people who have a real commitment to the work. This kind of work, See, Chicago Child Family Services, we're all 24/7. We're not an 8 to 5. We're all on call all the time, and sometimes that can be real tiring, but we try to make sure that we take care of each other also, that the staff, that we have a good atmosphere, that we have a good workplace. So those are things that are really important to us. Our case management system is based on, it's Wicawotapi centered, it's culturally focused, culturally responsive, strength-based, and trauma-informed. So when we go out, and we've created a training program for our staff, and so actually we've gone through the training ourselves to see what we need to be added. So those are the things that we want to be really prepared when we open our doors. So at this time, we're thinking maybe 2021, we might be ready to do the child protective services. And so in between now and then, we still have a lot of work to do. We have to do all of the work with the state. I don't know if you have any questions, or, you know, I suppose we could open it up for questions, or I know the others didn't have that. And then I brought Summer Lunderman with me because she is our educator. She has what's called the Domestic Violence Initiative that we get. Not a lot of money, but there is some money there. We also have what's called the Tiwahe Fund that a lot of people don't know about, but that we have, and it's about maybe $25,000 that we get from the federal government. And basically what that is helping families with some of the issues that they might have. You know, like, I'm trying to remember some of the, like a family that had 8 children, they were referred to us because they were constantly being truant and not going to school. And actually the court gave us custody, but we went and we talked to her and worked with her, and we were able to repair her home. And we were able to get a simple thing like a washer and a dryer. She had 8 children, she was a single parent. So we're able to do some of those things like that. So I don't know if there's other questions or other concerns or anything. And I asked Summer to come along to be able to have, to talk about some of the initiatives she's working with. Gee, I can't hear her at all. Okay, you were talking about internships? Yes. We actually do have, we have internships with Cinte. We've always had them for a long time. And I always talk about my social work supervisor. And she came from Cinte, and she did an internship with us. And then when a position of case assistant came up, she applied for it and got it. And then she graduated from Cinte. And then we were able to work it out so that she went to Yeshiva University in New York, got her master's degree, and she's now the clinical supervisor. So yes, we do. We also get internships from the USD School of Social Work, the master's program there. We have had students, you know, come. The problem is housing with that, but usually they are able to find something. So yes, we do have internships.
Okay. And then I have another question for, you were talking about your staff. So if a person wanted to go into this particular field, you know, and as you were saying that it's, you know, it can be very wearing on you, and Shirley also touched on that, you know, emotionally, probably physically, since it's open 24/7. How does somebody in your field actually take care of themselves to like calm, or, you know, you see something that's very traumatic or something, and then or you see a case like you were talking about, going out to a case, a family, and what's the downtime? What's the taking care of your oneself to do that? Do you go on to like retreats, or is it something that you all do collectively because you work so well together with one another? I'm just asking
that's a
that
hard
for like
question.
a, for somebody that might be interested, because like I took a class for here, and it was like for the an ambulance driver, and so he was sharing some of the stories that and I was just in tears, because he had seen so much, and done so much within his job. So, I asked him and visited with him, like, how do you take care of yourself? And so when you're working with people and doing these kind of things, you've got to know, or, or be taught or whatever, to take care of yourself, to cut it off, and not to, like they say, don't take your job home with you, but like that.
Yeah, I think that's a real issue, and I think if you look at other social service agencies, other than Sichanghu, I know the state goes through worker turnover is very, very high, and I think part of, for us, is that we're able to, because if you've been on say like you have a runaway, and then the foster parents call you at 3 in the morning, what are you going to do? How are you going to, so you go and you address those issues, and then you come back. But I think we try to be flexible with each other and try to be respectful of each other. I really encourage, I guess, teamwork in the office, and to be able to be sensitive to each other. I don't know if Summer, if you want to address that, because I know that you're 24/7 and you have to work.
So I kind of going back into what Elizabeth was talking about, is that they really create an environment at the agency where the expectation is for us to work together, but they also support us when we need time off, which I think is really important, because in all of my job experience, it's hard to ask for a day off, but it's kind of expected. So if you need personal time for your family or yourself, or to go get to a doctor's appointment, it's not difficult at all to really go to them and say, hey, I need to take a day off. So that's really, really nice. The other thing too is the work that we do, there's just the element of confidentiality. So, if you respond to a really difficult case, I can't go to like my best friend or my partner and say, oh this is what happened, because of confidentiality. So it's really nice to be able to bounce that kind of stuff off of our coworkers at the office. So, there's not that breach of confidentiality, but there's kind of that element of understanding, because we've all, we can relate and have compassion for each other. So, that's really, really nice, but I think the really important thing to kind of avoid burnout, and if you got leave, take it. I mean, you have people that build up their leave every year, and then you have people that are losing 100 hours because you can only carry over so much. Use your leave. Yep.
I just wanted to say, oh, okay.
Probably taught you to pray. And I think for an individual to know how to pray is really essential to dealing with stress, any kind of trouble that you have in your life. And to know the people who will support you in this prayerful life is also another big thing. But I really admired her grandmother, and I'm sure I admired Elizabeth, although I don't know her that well, for being traditional, and being traditional to me is knowing how to pray and knowing people who will pray with you so that you have strength to meet your daily needs. So I really appreciate your mother and you and the traditional way of life that meets trouble by praying and by being respectful of other people who pray and praying with them. Because this is how we're going to meet the needs of everyone. Children, they told me that there was, to 5th grade, there is hardly any children that know how to pray. And they need to know that there is help beyond the individuals around them. The greatest help we can get is from our Creator. And I think we need to go down to the level of being only prayerful and letting other things flow out from that prayer life. And that means handling our children with respect and love and caring from the beginning. We need to do it in the beginning. And I admire Head Start for this because they have a good early childhood program with little children. And I think we can't move ahead until we know that our people are well enough to make the journey. They have to be able, they should be educated. They should know that their spiritual life, their spiritual being is strong enough to make the journey of life. And we should have encouraging people around us who also pray. And to me, this is vitally important. We talk about different programs, but every program needs a prayer life so that they can go forward in a good way, in a judicial way, obeying the laws of human nature and the country. We need to know these things, and we need to act on them, I guess, because we do have laws. And I'm sure there are good laws there, but they're not followed, and we're not making anybody follow them. And thus we have children living with grandparents, we have children living in foster homes, and I think in the beginning we need to start that child on a journey that will benefit them with prayer and education, care, being secure, knowing that the wellness is also important in the body, but you can live with no legs and maybe even broken arms. As long as you know how to pray, that prayer will hold you through the trouble that you have. And I'm 92 years old, and I've learned the hard way that you hang on to your Creator with both hands and all you've got to make the journey that you have to make. And I want to thank you.
No.
And I wish I knew your mother better.
Well, come over and visit us. Yeah, thank you, Lois. You've always been one of my heroes. I guess in closing, I just want to say that I'm really, I think that as a tribe, we're at a kind of a critical stage in where we are. One of the things that we've seen at the shelter is that the children that come in are different than the children that I worked with 20 years ago. It's 15 years ago, and we have to deal with meth and with opiates, and the babies that come in it's really hard to sit there and, to care for them. So, did you have a question?
I did. My name is Patrick Redbeard. Just a question about how you come to license your families, because many of us come from different backgrounds, as you know, physical abuse, sexual abuse, mental abuse, emotional abuse. When you're licensing these families, are there, how do you prepare them for that? How do you prepare them for like different backgrounds that people come into, or like broken families that children come out of? Do they go through trainings to prepare them for what they may be taking on?
I can't hear him. I'm sorry, I can't. I'm really hard hearing now, so I can't hear. But I'll give it to Summer to see. Okay, listen.
Yes, so I'm one of two individuals that help license families. Tamara Felix is our family developer. And so anytime there's a family that's interested in becoming licensing, part of that process is the training. So they're trained on trauma, they're trained on the different types of abuses, and so there's also a more extensive training that families can agree to go through to be specific for any child that may have some real serious abuse that they're coming from. So families do get that training. Yeah. And that's it's a really great question, because like Elizabeth had said, you know, children are really experiencing some pretty traumatic things in their life, and so it's really important that the families, you know, the immediate family and the extended family, or even those individuals that may not be blood related but are being licensed as foster families, it's really important that we understand trauma and how to respond to it and how to support, because trauma unfolds in different ways, especially in children. So sometimes, you know, if you have an adolescent child that's maybe really crying, is hard to console, things like that. Without that understanding of trauma, you know, then sometimes those children get labeled as just like a problematic child. So the more we better understand trauma and the more we better understand the background of what the children have been through, it helps the adults in those families' lives to be better prepared to support them and help them heal through that. So that's a great question.
Thank you.
Hello, I have a question. The coaches that are in an environment where they are either passively or actively exposed to meth, the CDC has said that prenatal, pre-adolescent, adolescent, it interrupts their brain function, so they cannot fully come to be. Is there a course of action that you guys do to help identify those, like in the schools, or like if a parent gets arrested for the use of meth, does JDC or the detention centers get a hold of you to let you know that there's a family environment where the use of meth is there?
I'm sorry, I have a really hard time hearing. Well, right now what we do is we have when a baby comes into the shelter, or actually all of our children, we try to do an assessment right away with them. And then from that assessment, then we try to set up what we think those children might need. There's a couple examples. One example is that 2 children were removed. They were 2 and 3 years old, and they had been exposed to meth. They were taking, even the formula tested positive for meth, so it was pretty bad. But it's real interesting to see the children, because I think they go off on they're withdrawing from it. So it's real, especially babies, and you can almost predict how children are. So if you bring an infant into the shelter, that they cry. They just cry and cry and cry and cry. No matter what you do, there's nothing you can do to stop it. The only thing you can do is we dim the lights in the baby's room, and we have a rocker there, and we just sit with that child, and we do pray, and we do try to be. And usually, if there is an infant under 2 years old, it's 1 child and 1 worker. So if it's our ratio is under 4, it's 1 child to 4 babies, or under 4 years old. But what we do is, because of the type of children that we're getting, suffering from that, so it's different. You can almost tell the difference. And after 3 or 4 days, they become more. A lot of times their crying is kind of back to what an infant would be. And I noticed that with opiates, it's different. They're almost like paranoid, and they also have to go through a process. And sometimes it's really hard for us to watch what happens with these children. And then we have a doctor that is on call also 24/7, and we have a whole procedure for drugs. You know, if you're a child that comes in and you have some antibiotics you have to take, then she administers that and monitors that at the shelter. We have asked Indian Health Service if they would be able to give us more assistance in that, but we haven't gotten anything. So I'm hoping that as our program develops, that we have these things in place, but we obviously need a lot more. We try to, sometimes some of the social workers will go and kind of relieves, like maybe one person comes in and holds that baby for 4 hours, and then another person comes in and holds that baby for 4 hours because that baby's not going to sleep, it's just going to cry. So trying to have that patience and that understanding. The other thing that we do is that if we have a child that comes in that's obviously been very, very traumatized, we have a couple medicine people that we work with, and we ask them to come and pray with those children. And it always really helps. You can see the difference in those children when those people come in and when they leave. So, that's kind of how we address it.
Is there a follow-up procedure placed upon the parents to go through Narconon or being routinely, sporadically tested so they don't re-endanger the children?
Oh, okay. So the children that come into the shelter are usually Department of Social Services. So that's the state, and we don't really have a say in any of that. If any of our children under Sichungu that we have had a couple children that we've taken that do have it's opiates, and so yeah, they have to go through whatever the court decides that they need to go through, and a lot of times it's alcohol, drug assessments, finding out what it is that you have a plan with them about, you know, what is needed, because sometimes what we found is that with opiate children, I don't think so much with the children that are affected by meth, but they, a lot of times they have physical issues that needs to be addressed, like being able to digest, being allergic to formula or those kinds of things, or certain foods. So yeah, we do, the families that we work with, we require them to do certain things in order to be able to work with us on getting back their children. But it's really the court's decision that does that.
Do you know, or are you aware, have there ever been any tests taken to the schools to check the students on a no-name test basis, just to test the exposure of the students and children?
Oh, I don't think so, not that I know of.
Thank you, Wopula.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Conrad Eaglefeather. My mother is Fidel Guru. My father's name is Gabriel Eaglefeather. I was adopted away from the reservation, away from my family, away from my tribe, culture, when I was approximately 3 years old. Pre-ICWA, pre any of those type of services, when it was still under law that DSS was in the business of making money off the backs of our children. and the mothers. In the last 7 years, let me step back a second. I've came back to the reservation. It took me a long time to get back. It was very difficult learning this way of life. I've had many issues trying to learn the culture, trying to learn things that others sitting in this room have grown up with. I know the dominant society. I can survive anywhere in a dominant society. I come here and it's a struggle. I sobered up approximately 7 years ago. I had alcohol, drug issues due to my adoption, due to my mental, emotional, spiritual issues caused by my adoption. 7 years ago, I sobered up. I decided to find out who I am as an individual, as a man, as a Lakota. I began taking classes here at SGU. The hardest classes for me to take were the Sicangu Child and Family Services classes. When I opened the books, I read about myself when it came to the abuse, when it came to the spiritual, mental, emotional abuse that it talks about in those books. I suffer from many of those traumas. It's taken me at this point, I'm due to get my bachelor's degree this next August. I have done a couple of internships with Sicangu Child and Family. I currently am employed at SGU Horse Ranch, where I help provide equine therapy for our youth, equine assisted therapy for our youth, for their mental, emotional, spiritual struggles, also caused by trauma. When I sobered up, I was forced to stay in that environment for a year, because as a single man, with no relatives, no dependents, I could not have housing. I found a way around that as a student. I enrolled for the student housing. I got an apartment. I then wanted to possibly foster, possibly have my own children come. I was told I couldn't because of the size of my apartment. I cannot get a bigger apartment because I'm a single male. So I have those things that I'm still trying to work out. There's a lot of issues, a lot of things, a lot of challenges that I face to continue what I choose to do. It is my hopes that I can work alongside your office once they take over or make that next step. I do want to somehow in the future, somehow, some way become involved in having children of my own, provide a home, something that I didn't have. I spoke at the tribal council chambers a while back to a committee. Mrs. Antoine was there. I asked that committee then how many people that was on their board have been through the foster system. And I make that same question to you and your place. How many people do you have on staff that have truly been in and lived the foster system? Because I think to truly understand it and truly understand both sides, experience is the best teacher. It taught me a lot. But I want to thank SGU and everybody that supported me in the last 7 years. I've came a long ways and I still have a long ways to go. So, Wicawotapi awesome.
Thank you, Conrad. I just want to take the time to acknowledge, your sharing your experience with us and really speaking truth to the experiences that a lot of our people have experienced. Because that is something I think that we continue to learn. Like Elizabeth had mentioned, we're always trying to move forward. We know we're not where we need to be, and we're always trying to get to where we need to be. And really, the way we get there is working with our community and working with those individuals that have the lived experiences that many of us don't. So thank you for sharing, because I know that those intimate experiences are hard to share with people you don't know. So I'm there at the office, and any ideas that anybody who has been through the foster care system come by and share with us. My office door is always open. Half the time, the people sitting in my office we're just talking, but that's how I learn. And that's probably the best learning experiences that I've had as a social worker working there these last 5 years. So, thank you.
I just had one question. Is the male ratio there the same as the female? Like, is there enough males for the boys that are there, or the males, kids? Is there
You mean that are in foster care?
No, you as the workers.
Oh.
The hiring, your
Yep,
staff.
we're-
How much males and how much females?
On our staff, we have no males. The ICWA office does have one male.
You guys got one ready almost to be in there.
Yep. Alrighty, thank you guys. We appreciate all the comments and questions. Thank you.
Opilat kanka echija pilo tonalo. Inajim no wagala kapuena. I want to thank those who come forward to share their story, who they are, what they do, and the commitment they've made to addressing a very, very difficult situation that we have with many of our young people. You just heard Conrad talk about being a foster child here. And unfortunately, we have so many who are, as has been mentioned, scattered throughout the country. It's difficult because it goes against the grain of caring and sharing that is part of Wicawotapi. I know when I was 10 years old, my grandmother, one day the social service brought a little girl to our house. She was 6 years old. Delano Claremont, sitting up here, knows who I'm talking about. And we kept that little girl for 9 years. But she didn't have a place to go. She was from Wood. And so she was kind of pretty much, a younger sister. I remember the first day that she was at a previous foster home, and when social services went there for a home visit, they saw her being carried on the neck of an older individual there, and he was bucking, and he bucked her off, and she landed on her head right in front of the social service people there. So they went over and saw that her whole bridge in the middle of her nose was gone. And when she inquired, the siblings, I guess as you could say, evidently had poured Clorox down her nose, and it burned her bridge off. So she didn't, her nostrils, she didn't have two nostrils. She just had, you know, when you took a look at her, it looked like she just had one opening in her nose. So the social workers took her away and brought her to our place. And we kept the little girl for 9 years till my grandmother passed away, and then one of our relatives then took her, and she graduated high school there in White River. This is an area that really needs addressing. There are just so many things that need to be realistically addressed. And we have so many policies and regulations in this area that we don't control as a tribal jurisdiction. State, county, or even the feds have laws that supersede our culture addressing this area. And we need to seriously address this area along with everything that's related to it, be it in mental health or alcohol and drugs or whatever else. And that's going to be a very challenging issue to deal with once we get into our follow-up sessions that we're going to have to systematically go down and academically review and analyze every one of these, and then come to the middle to come up with how are we going to address these for the future. So I thank those who are here today, but it is, you can see we've got a good team. We have some good committed workers in this area. And I know once we all sit down together, I know they're going to bring a lot of recommended solutions to this area. Listening to Elizabeth when she was talking about head lice, takes me back to when I was at Horse Creek, and we've all, or most of us, at some point in our life, had experience with head lice, bed bugs, wood ticks, chiggers, and we dealt with them, however age we were at that time. I remember my first day in school in Horse Creek Day School. I was close to 8 years old, and I was sitting there. The individual who had that desk, I started school the second day of opening. I was going to stay out of school for another year, but the bus driver come after me, and my grandma told me to go ahead and get on a bus. So I got on, and great big bus. I was the only student on there. And already there was an individual who was absent the second day, so they put me in his desk ahead of another older student. And these students were both 6 years older than I was, but I think they were in the second grade or third grade at that time. But the teacher come and stood by my side and then moved and stood behind me. and then tapped me on the shoulder and said, "Lionel, come with me." Took me to this back room and called the bus driver in and was talking to the bus driver. And then the bus driver told me to sit down in his chair. He went and he got a towel, wrapped it around me, and he went over here and he was looking for something, and pretty soon he come up with some of them old-time manual clippers. And he was squeezing them, and then he went over and he had a kerosene jug. He poured a little bit of kerosene on a rag, and he started pouring some on that clipper, and evidently took the squeak or the rust or something out of it. And he come over and he started giving me a haircut, and he cut all of my hair off. Most Wocekiye, pitiful looking barber experience that I had there. And I smelled like kerosene the rest of the day. And I went home, and my grandmother all but shrieked and asked me, "What happened? How come you come back with no hair?" I was probably the first Lakota Michael Jordan on the reservation at an early age. So I said, "I don't know." They just told me to sit down, and the bus driver gave me a haircut, completely took all the hair that I had. She was very upset. The next day, bus driver usually stopped about close to 300 yards away. Was our bus stop at the old Highway 83. She got on a bus and she rode to Horse Creek, 7 miles away, to Horse Creek Day School. And she told me to go to the class, and she went looking for the teacher. And I wish today that I had a recording of what she would have said to that teacher. But at noon hour, she wasn't there, so evidently, after she laid it on them, they took her back and drove her back home. But that evening when I went back, I asked her, I said, "Where'd you go?" I said, "I looked for you, but you weren't," so she told me. And she said, "I also found out why they gave you that haircut." And I said, "What'd they say?" And she said, "The student behind you called the teacher and said he saw a louse behind your ear. So you were taken to the bus driver, and he gave you a haircut." And I always was puzzled by that. And I went pretty much through life. One day I was going to ask that guy, because I knew the guy and he was still around here. And probably 40, 50 years later, when I was sitting on the tribal council, that guy was on the other side of the room. And he was looking at me and he was laughing. And pretty soon he started calling me. And if I were to say his name, I know that several of you would know him. So I went over there, and he started talking to me in Lakota. And he said, "You remember when you were little at Horse Creek, they gave you that haircut?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "I remember." And then I was going to say, "And I think you had something to do with it." But before I did, he admitted that he's the one that called the teacher and said I had a louse behind my ear. And then he said, I've always wanted to tell you, but I was afraid that you might grab me by the throat or give me a good left hook. But he said, you didn't have a louse. He said that was a trick we always played on our new students, that when they come in, we called the teacher and made up a story that this guy is lousy. So they'd always go in. But they said they quit that after you were the last one to have done that. So we laughed about it, but we reminisced about the happy times we had at Horse Creek. But I was thinking of that when Elizabeth was talking about, you know, having somebody was somebody was lousy. Just a little bit of a historical trivia on the St. Glashka president. Mastelo. We'll continue. Who else do we have? Is Sandy Wilcox or Ann Belanja or Ed Parcells or Gifford Standing? Are they?
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gifford Standing. I'm here on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Methamphetamine Rehabilitation Program. My familiarity with the program started back in October of 2016 as a meth, opiate, alcoholic addict needing help. I was a client there. Through there, I got associated with SGU here, this wonderful university. Excuse me, kind of getting over a little bit of cold. Since then, I have now been a treatment technician at the program, and I am now a counselor in training. What our program is about, it's a tribal program that is also state accredited. We have a working contract with the state, which means we can provide billing for our services, which also, down the long run, will help us become a self-supporting, self-sufficient program to help the people that need help around the Indian country, but mainly for the Rosebud Reservation here. Meth and opiates are a bad epidemic, and we need lots of people in our field, and SGU has always been a good, strong supporter of that. The Human Services Department has gone a long way to help each and every one of us that work there to help get the credentials we need to go forward with this state accrediting. Our program is a one-of-a-kind program that not only uses traditional methods for the rehabilitation of addicts that need help, we also incorporate traditional Lakota teachings from spiritual leaders around the communities that come in, such as Richard Moosecamp, Russell Eagle Bear, Fred Little Bald Eagle. We start with the physical and mental, spiritual, and emotional aspects of addiction. As we go through those, we start working on the relationships we have with our mood-altering chemicals, and we start to address our coping mechanisms that go with each and every one of those to help gain our strength. Along with that process, the main thing we hope and pray for is that each individual client that comes in there starts to build their relationship with the Creator. The foundation for recovery is spirituality. Without spirituality and the Creator guiding our way, we're still going to be lost. Our spirits are going to be out there wandering, looking for something that we can't have, which we always found in drugs and alcohol. We provide 24 beds for our clients. We are a meth, opiate-specific, inpatient, residential treatment center, intensive care, which means to be intensive, you have minimum 4 one-hour group sessions per day, Monday through Friday, as well as a minimum of 1 contact hour of one-on-one individual therapy with the client counselor. Inpatient means they don't go anywhere. They're there. There's no TV, no phones. They are in there 24/7. When there are holidays, when there are blizzards, snows, we are a 24/7 program, which means that somebody gets to stay and care for these clients. And as being a client myself going through those times in there, I still greatly appreciate the people that stayed there for us when we were in there. the people, the team that we have at our program right now, the treatment team we have, is also a very caring and loving group. But what's needed in the field to help us survive, we need more people coming into the field of addiction counseling. Addiction isn't stopping, it's growing. There are many, many people out there lost, and there's very few of us engaging in recovery. It's not because they don't want to, it's because meth's a monster. Meth is a beast. It's very tough to get away from, very tough to walk away from, and it's impossible without the Creator leading the way. But as we keep continuing to have successes come out of our program, which there's success stories that come out. The numbers are against us, but they're still there. But for each success is a drop of water that creates a ripple effect, to spread the word, to get out there in recovery, to help those that are in need, to make those that may need help get out there, to want to open up, let their story be known, to ask for help. It's a open-ended curriculum. We have 8 weeks of a 7-direction model, which was provided to us, put together through spiritual leaders, elders in the communities. Back in 2007, I want to say, it started, and it has components of providing, as well as our physical, our mental, our spiritual, and our emotional well-being, and aspects of addiction and healing. We tie in with 7 directions and powers and values, Lakota powers and values, incorporated into that, which ties in with our relationship with the Creator above, our social relationships right here, and then our 7th direction within ourselves. We got to be able to have a good standing relationship with ourselves, forgive ourselves to move forward. Long term for our program means anywhere minimum 4 months up to a year. And that is what is needed for meth. I am a firm believer that the longer the better. That's just my personal opinion. And I recommend that for our clients. But after a certain time, we still all get to go out and walk our own path. Before we send them out on the road to do that, we have a treatment plan, we put together outpatient services, and they are introduced to support groups out in the communities. There are good support groups in our communities here on the reservation that are available for each and every one of us that want help and support. And that's very much needed. We can't do it alone. So our program, we work our very best to try to do a holistic approach at treating the whole person, not just the disease, not just the addiction, but to get in a healthy relationship with ourselves. Like I've heard a lot of people talk about past traumas, atrocities, everything that's happened that we've seen or gone through and experienced throughout our lives. Well, in our program, we work with the clinical staff. We got psychologists on staff to work with our clients. Spiritual leaders come in, provide ceremonies when needed, to keep that, to bring back that culture into our lives that we never had, to build it. It's there if we want it. But like I said, the key for our program is the Creator. Having that relationship with the Creator, developing that relationship and getting stronger with the Creator to develop a lifestyle of recovery. 7 years, congratulations, by the way. It's awesome. And SGU is very integral in that. To be a state accredited program, you have to continue with education and have certain things lined up to get your credentials. The Human Services Department here at the school is very wonderful. The education program is very strong. Cheryl, I'll be back in education. Don't give up on me. And I started in education here, but the Creator pulled me down the path towards being an addiction counselor. And he kind of provided me with the history of 23 years of being lost in active addiction. And our facility, our program, works very well with the school, flexible, lets us go to school when needed. We get education leave. The tribes afford that for us. We get 6 hours educational leave to help us fulfill our requirements to be credentialed. And the school works really well with getting our input on when and where they could have classes to try to make sure and fit more of us into their schedule, which we're very grateful for. Without all these entities working together to provide a good social structure, help is very hard out there to come by. So we're all very grateful for that. Our goal is to fill up every single bed, to have people getting the help that they need, and to provide people to go back out in the communities with long-term sustainable recovery. The requirements to work for our program: as a treatment technician, you should have a working knowledge of recovery and have at least 1 year minimum clean and sober. Because we're an abstinence-based program. How can we promote a healthy lifestyle if we're not trying to live that and model that? As a counselor, to start, you got to have 2 years minimum clean and sober time and have a working knowledge and have a plan in place to get the credentials you need by taking the classes you need to get certified, which we go through to start with is the Tribal Chairman's Health Board as a addiction drug counselor trainee, which is where I'm at. After having that credential, then we get to move forward with our classes that we need to move forward in the field, to step up and gain the hours that we need to be certified. And when I say 24 beds, it's 12 and 12. It's co-ed, female on one side of the wing, male on the other, but the groups are together. So that creates a whole different dynamic that we get the opportunity to work with, and they get the opportunity to work on those things with themselves. Does anybody out there have any questions, comments? Yes, sir. Tunnel vision? Oh, television. Okay, I'm sorry. Television, there's a lot of negative stuff out there, and as long as we're looking for ways to focus on everything but ourselves, it gives us an opportunity to get to know ourselves. So we do have movies on weekends. They're Hollywood movies that do happen. They're incentive things that happen, certain trips that happen. But as far as television, no, they do have radios. They do get radios, but TV, no TV. We try to promote as healthy a lifestyle as we can inside to get them to work on themselves. Is it tough? Absolutely. It's a hard program to go through. I went through in 5 months, and it was tough. But yeah.
Expected to do for the remainder of their time?
That's a good question. Thank you. The part of healing, especially for meth addicts, the neuroscientists tell us, and we've seen it work, it's structure. To self-discipline, to adhere to structure is necessary for any addict to start the healing process in the brain. So they have a very rigid structure. The rules to the program are very simple, but the structure of the program is integral, and it starts at 6 o'clock every day. 6 o'clock every morning, they are up. By 6:30, they are starting their devotion groups with daily meditation readings of various recovery books. 7:30, they are in the dining hall. They're eating or doing chores. And also to help the healing of the brain and to get the natural endorphins and everything going with your dopamine levels and stuff to kickstart that system, which gets damaged throughout the active use, is working out to get a health regimen. That's a part of our physical aspect as well. So there's a certain time throughout the day they're at the gym. They go to the gym and they work out 1 day every week, or 1 hour every day, 5 days a week. After that, then they come back, there's hygiene, they go through that, and then groups start 10 o'clock to 11, 11 to 12, lunch, 1 to 2, 2 to 3 groups, 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock, individual sessions, then it's supper time, and after that, depending on the night, there are different various groups that go on throughout the night. Whether it be talking circle, in-house AA, NA, whatever it may be, all recovery related. We do have spiritual leaders that come in and they provide an Eyapi for our clients. If they choose to go in, they can do that. And whenever that happens, that's on creator time. Whenever that opportunity arises, we adjust our schedule to fit that. Same thing with church. We have Bible study Thursday nights. Whichever path they're free to choose, they have that choice. As long as it's positive for them, it's healthy. Weekends, there's a different weekend schedule, so they have different allotted times. And a lot of our clients, they get into beading. They're really talented artists. All these different skills and talents start emerging that they never knew they had. They start developing those, and we nurture those. So the program provides these opportunities for them as well. Visitation is therapeutic only, but we do have family week. Every 8 weeks, it's scheduled 3 days for that particular week. Family, no children under the age of 11, but family, and sometimes the family that the client don't want to have come is the ones we want there, because that's the hardest stuff to process sometimes. So we try to make it, and it's all in a therapeutic setting. There's some stuff like the first go around, they get to have it, it's in front of the group, and it's kind of like, we call it healthy communication light. They get oriented to the process, but the second go around, then it's more intense, they get deeper into it, the working knowledge they have is different. So then there's other things that they get to work on with their family members to move forward in a healthy direction. You're welcome. Yes? Relapse happens whenever you quit working your program. You don't have to use to relapse. Relapse starts in the mind. It's a mental thing. Once you start going back to any old style of thinking, old style of behavior, hanging out in old places that you know better, hanging out with people you know that you shouldn't be doing, that's when it's already started. Using is the very last aspect of relapse. And whenever you get complacent, whenever you get bored, there is no set time frame for that. It's whenever we start working or stop working our program of recovery. A lot of times it happens, for me, if I have a mental relapse, it's because I'm not praying enough. Prayer is necessary, prayer is needed. And that's just my opinion, but for my recovery, it is. And for anybody that I know out there that has a sustainable length of time in recovery, they probably agree with me. Becoming? It's something that just grows and develops. We nurture it, we put out the buffet, and they take what they want and add it to their program. But spirituality, if we don't have, if we're not Christian or we're not traditional, we don't know any other way to go, then down the middle spiritual program are the 12 steps. And that we offer, and that's a start. Yes?
Hello, I'd like to congratulate you on your sobriety.
Oh, well, thank you, sir. It's all the
tough.
creators, not me. I'm just along for the ride.
Right on. Does your program go and visit the JDC and the adult corrections?
No, we don't, because involved with that on both ends is confidentiality. So to get that to line up and to make sure that's obeyed, that has to come first. Confidentiality and privacy is first and foremost, and not just for those others, but we protect our clients in that way as well. If they choose to not want to be identified, we can't put them out there like that.
I myself have participated in Al-Anon.
Oh, right on.
I'm acquainted with Narcanon as well, and one thing about my inquiry is if somebody is in fact incarcerated, they come to that point where they have hit rock bottom and seek their higher power and want recovery, then do you go to the jails and visit them while they're still incarcerated? Because I know the genre of a dry drunk or a dry abuser
right.
can keep that mentality until that healing starts. So I was just wondering.
That's a good point. Thank you for bringing that up and reminding me. As a part of our program, we do have a fully staffed counselor in the jail, in the adult corrections. We are working on plans to get outpatient from within the jail going on in there, developing a program to be in there, so while people are in jail wanting help, that is provided for them. Also, we are looking at starting an outpatient group from within our program outside of the corrections as well. So those are different areas that we are starting to expand in because of the need for help. And not all of us are at the certain severity of the disease. Some are sooner and want to catch it sooner, need help. So to provide those services, it's becoming a greater thing because it's younger and younger people getting caught up in this. So to have these things in place is something that's happening and it's very needed.
Oh, I just lost what I was going to say. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
You talk about support systems, that when they're through with your program, do you encourage family to become a part of the support system, or is it just other people who have been through your program?
Oh no, it's absolutely, we start with them and their family first, trying to get as much family involved in their recovery as we can. So as they go through the program and they start making these strides and gains for themselves, they get to have different interaction with family members, come in, do one-on-one therapy sessions with them, start rebuilding these relationships that were damaged through the active addiction. So their family is very much involved and invited. Sometimes it doesn't happen the way we as people think it should, but it happens the way the Creator wills it too. So there's some people that I've seen some get reunited that have never had contact for years, but find out someone's getting help and boom, it just show up and of course, welcome arms, you know. So that's something that is very much needed as family. Yes, sir.
So one of my questions would be, you're working with the court systems. How do you differentiate between somebody who really wants help as opposed to somebody who's just doing it to get out of whatever it is that they're doing?
We try not to make that distinction. We let them do that for themselves. If they want help, it's there. We're willing to accept them at their word and take them as they are. That's just how it is. And some make it, some don't, but we give everybody equal opportunity to come into our program because everybody deserves that right. Yes. Right on.
I've noticed other campfire, other nations, they've had people come forward and give testimonials that are in program practicing the sobriety. If we don't have our own, do we have a way that we could ask other people from the other tribes to come in and set up PSAs, go on social network or our own local television stations?
Absolutely. And there's a project that is getting started up now that is addressing some of that stuff. But yes, the easiest way to find those people that are willing to come in from elsewhere to provide those is get a hold of our program. There are people, I for one know that I have no problem going out and telling my story, sharing my story. I have no secrets when it comes to my story. I had to live that to be where I'm at today, and a lot of it isn't pretty, but the outcome gets better and better every day that I wake up. And I know there's other people out there that would, given the opportunity, but just start with giving our program a call.
As far as like a success rate, how would you say that, how can I word this? What is the turnover rate exactly? Do you know the numbers? Like
for clients?
Okay, like if you say you got 24 clients in your intensive care unit, do they all finish, or kind of going back to the question that I was saying earlier, do many of them just walk out? And
it's not a lockdown facility. Our facility is open door. They're free to leave if they choose to, and many make that option to leave.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was asking.
Yeah, many do. The number of successful completions is low, but the number of successful completions that are still engaged in a life of sober, clean, and living is very high.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions or comments? Yeah. I think nationwide, not only the reservations, I think it's nearing pandemic, it's epidemic for sure. It's got some momentum that I don't know if it'll ever stop, but it can be put in a dent, one person at a time. That is very real, and it starts with that going into the communities, and one community at a time you could take back and overcome this addiction. I believe that wholeheartedly. And it starts with the whole group getting together. And I know one thing that helped me certainly get into the program was tough love, man. My parents, they quit enabling me, especially my mom. And I got to hit my rock bottom, and that led me here. I'm not from here, but I was embraced as if I am from here. And now this very much is my home, and everybody here is family for me. I mean, it is. I love it here, and I have no intentions of leaving here. Any other
Well,
questions?
Thank you for everything you do with the math program.
Oh, you're welcome. It's a God thing. It's the Creator. He put it all together, so just along for the ride, man. But thank you. Anybody else? All right, well, thank you for your time. It's been an honor and a privilege to be up here. Thank you.
Gifford Wopila. Yeah, I've enjoyed being a student the last 3 days. We have so many things, positive things happening in our homeland here. Now, if we can all form a circle in the future and get together and begin to work even closer as a family, calls for rewriting a lot of our policies, our procedures, incorporating other practices, and it's in keeping with our founders, Stanley Redbird Sr., talking about redefining, restructuring who we are to strengthen the Sicangu Nation and prepare that direction and guidance for future generations. We've made a big verbal dent in addressing that. We have one more day of forums tomorrow. We'll talk about housing, energy, forestry, transportation, and we'll finish up with judicial services, law enforcement, and tribal courts. An interesting another day tomorrow. But I want to thank those participants, those of you who are here. Thank the students for your presence. And the students, you're always welcome to come up and take the microphone and ask a question or state an opinion or tell us your area of interest and training. 'Cause all of this goes into strengthening Sinteglishka University. In accordance with our founders, if we are to be the education, the academic vehicle, the institutional activist to bring all of this together to see how we can tie education, sovereignty, self-determination, and spirituality all together. That's our aim. And we've been doing it for 50 years now. And I've been very honored to be starting my 47th year here as president this coming Saturday. But that was all by design, with spiritual help, with being recruited by spiritual leaders, or medicine men as we call them. And something is working here on the Rosebud and within this institution, because we're staying on track all those years. And here we are today where we're at a point where now we're going to look at the next 50 years. We've been strengthening the institution, the vehicle, and now we've got to lay out the next phase of our journey. and spread out and incorporate more and expand our degrees, our courses, so that we get into, say, land use planning. That's a big one. It's going to require a lot of discussion. What do we want to do as we sit down and have prayer and this ceremony with our land, and ask the spirit world, the land spirits, to give us the benefit of their guidance, their direction in addressing economic development, business development, utilizing land use. We have a lot of resources here, lumber. There's a big one that awaits us. We have to be very careful with it. Can require a lot of prayer and ceremony, but it's one that, if approached properly, very professionally, it's one that can really help us economically. There's going to be, I say it's going to be difficult because there will be kickback in this area. And it's something that we may not want to utilize, but it's there if we want to go about seeing how we want to address it. And that's what's below our land surface. We have a tremendous reverence for our land in terms of spirituality, defining us as a people, the creator sovereignty that we have working with our land. But geologically, archaeologically, we know very little as individuals what's under our land. How did our land first form? There's even a bigger economic prospect. When hunters come here, say from Texas, they come here for whatever reason that they want to address hunting. They say, Lionel, you guys are very rich here. You may not be aware of it, but we're Texans, and we can take a look at the topography, the horizon of a land, and know what's under there. They say, for instance, take a look at your land and look at all of the cone-shaped, the teepee-shaped hills that you have on the reservation. They say, you know why that is? It's because you have oil and you have gas, and that oil is pushing that gas up, and that gas is pushing that ground, that soil up. It's creating that uniformity of that dirt, and it's creating cone-shaped hills. So you have a lot of oil under your reservation. Along with that oil, you have a lot of heated water under your reservation. I've always thought that at least to know what do we have under our ground. Even if we didn't use it, it'd be good to know what's under there. But if we ever did opt to develop it, certainly we don't want to ever see what happened in Fort Berthold. They didn't have any training. They weren't prepared for it. They didn't have any laws, any rules, any policies. And so, yes, they had tremendous economic enhancement, but they had environmental and social chaos. That doesn't have to happen. Going into something with preparation, with the proper outlook, with spirituality and a respect for environment, there are prayers and ceremonies that can address that. Much like our people of yesteryear, before they killed an animal, they pray to the spirit of that animal. They gave thanks. They asked forgiveness. We have that same option to address what's under Mother Earth. We can pray for Wicawotapi Eyapi with what's under there. We can pray for a relationship with what's under Mother Earth. That's just food for thought for the future. But we have individuals, Crow Dog, others, yourselves, all of our tribal membership. But we could capture a lot of that for our own energy. We can utilize it for heating our homes. We can sit down and discuss it. We can bring in the top experts in the world to sit and to teach us, to instruct us. What are safe ways in addressing that so that it doesn't get away and become a negative issue like it did in other places? But these are the things that await us to address all of who we are. Is Ed Basel, did Ed ever come? He wanted to say something. Anybody else want to take the mic? And if not, we can begin to wrap it up a half hour earlier than what we've written. But it's been a good week. It's going to be a tremendous, enjoyable months, years ahead as we sit down and begin to put this all together, as we redefine and restructure who we are as an Oyate with all of our surroundings, be it land, natural resources, our systems, our educational systems, social systems, governmental systems, All of these need to be rationally examined. What's best for our future? We know what we have. A lot of it's written on this agenda. How do we all come together to strengthen and to address every one of these issues? Housing. We have a forest here. They say can build 300 homes a year. We own the land. We own the Black Hills. Tremendous amount of timber up there. We can go forward with our spiritual leaders, our medicine men. They can sit down and pray, have a ceremony with the spirit of that timber, of those trees. Much like with animals. Ask that tree for forgiveness for having to take it down. But that something good will come out of it. A home for a family, for future generations can come out of that forestry. But it needs to be preceded with prayer and ceremony. So we have access to a lot of timber. But we need to expand and work with SWA, with the tribe, with others. Just so many things that this institution needs to address and strengthen. There's a need for, we had health here. There's a need to get into free medicine. One day we can have either a full-blown medical school here or be in partnership with another institution where we can have a medical school here. Same way with a law school. Need to begin to look at developing pre-law. But looking at law from our point of view, what kind of law do we want? What are our issues? We need to train Lakota lawyers who have that Lakota philosophy and spirituality inborn, that come from ancestry. We have that opportunity here. Create who it is we want to be. Lois, we want to thank you for your coming, your support. 93 years old, always very supportive, being involved. Beautiful woman. Thank you. Anybody have any comment? If not, we'll take this to Leonard and we'll ask for a closing prayer. Leonard needs to be involved with our other tribal spiritual leaders. Leonard's always been supportive. He's on our border regions. He has so much to offer. And he needs to be at the table. Ata kunena. Wocekiye maji. Feel like
So, oh, from the morning up to now the afternoon, I heard everything. Sometimes my sons and my nephews, I talk about this. Sometimes seems like it don't make sense. But I understand what it needs to be to help. And we come to that university that we have, beautiful university, beautiful people of my Lakota people. We're just a handful, looks like. But no, it's going to dream and a vision to go visit every family, every little child, every little baby, every little elder, and all of us, that you are very well educated now today. You're going to make use of that, how we could develop that. See what I saw in my life, sitting here thinking about it. What I fought for, the rights of the Indian tribes, it was real. Now today, again, in succession of years of time that we come, the wisest leaders of our tribe, our medicine people that brought us this far. We have Crazy Horse. We have Crazy Horse. We come that far. Something come about happening. But now we could join together and we could be all one family again. To look at the land. Look at the land. Don't feel that we lost everything. There's another beautiful land called Happy Honey Grounds. But before we leave, there are things going to be happening for all of us, our beautiful families. Oh, I want to say a prayer, but what the movement moved in me, and what the movement speaking onto me, I very appreciate my family and your family. It's not the color, it's the spirit. It's the spirit. It's the spirit. O Tukashla. O Chanapetu Kire Wanko. O na Yema Kiayo. O na Hamangla Kapo. Apetu Kire. Apetu Kire. Wons Pelakatia. Tipio Etimuyakam. We charge on the Kagina, we charge on the the most with Hawk elected. The most but you have money picked. Or you can't get translated. La now borrow. No sula tona na gitona was pekile. Wo is to make he. Wo na walkach ni was sticky he. Wo na ha walking something he. Na wola kota kaheda. Dan trako zawo heche hapo. Mitakiki. Ya. Tukashla. Oh kiapo. Mitakuyase.
Yeah, I want to thank our those in attendance today, yesterday, the day before, those who will be with us tomorrow, those who will be with us for our celebration Friday evening, Saturday, Sunday. I want to thank the people who helped put these together, our recorders. I want to thank Roger and Pauline and our friend in California, Jim Cortez, for getting us on YouTube and putting this throughout the world, as well as in our communities. And I want to thank our community people for listening in. This institution is yours, and we need your input, where we're looking at a big picture of how we can all come together to organize and form a big circle from the unborn to the future and everybody in between. We've come a long way, but we have a longer way to go. And I thank our students for their commitment and making a hard choice to be educated and to make the many sacrifices that our students do to come here and to be a student at St. Agnieszka University. It's not easy. I know it's difficult to go to a campus away from here, the loneliness, the being broke, but it's even more difficult when you're a student from home, because you have to carry the many challenges that you see in your own household or in a community or in the tribe or within the institution. And you have to weave your way through all of this as you head towards your academic completion and achievement. So I thank the students for who you are and what you do. But your help is also needed in terms of who you are and who you want to be. We need your ideas. We need your recommendations. We know that in your circle, you talk about the present. You've talked about the past. But more so, you want to be involved in the future. And we need, as an institution, for this to be on the agenda and for you to be at the planning table. And that is one of our intentions, is to bring our people, whether we come here or we go to K through 12, early childhood, go through our alumni. We have a very, very powerful alumni, the intellect, the experience that our alumni has. They need to be involved in this planning. It's just amazed when I think of year after year the graduates who leave here and who take part wherever they're at. Last year, for instance, I think we had 12 masters, 24 baccalaureates, putting 36 individuals out amongst our communities who had bachelor's degrees and master's degrees. But to think that we've been doing this for roughly 50 years, that's a tremendous amount of graduates that we have. And to think of those who are students here who have a year or two or three, but who have not graduated, but who are out there with a tremendous amount of education themselves. That's a powerful, powerful force to both for discussion purposes, but also when it comes time, if you wanted to address leadership, there's a lot of those students, alumni, who themselves could be future tribal chair people, could be council people, could be community chair. We have the opportunity to register, to vote. Really, we could have a total SGU tribal council. It's possible with our own chairperson. We have the voting power. The numbers are there. When you think of the people, the relatives who could rally behind Sinteglishka graduates. But that isn't our intention to go and to address something like that unless it's in the spiritual realm, and our spirituality says that this is something that we can address in the future. But I just threw it out that these are the type of things that our visionaries had in mind in order to have people who can best represent the Oyate and to work in our behalf and to get away from the jealousy, the finger pointing, but to work with a plan of action where everybody is there and the people themselves select who it is and what they want for a future government. What does that government need to look like? Do we even need to call it a government? What did our people way back when call those structures, systematic structures that they had? We have the opportunity to design whatever it is that we want as to strengthen who we are and to extend ourselves into the Ocheti Shakoi, to address the Black Hills and how best do we in education working with our people, how do we address the Black Hills? There's over $1 billion sitting there. How do we put together rationale that says, hey, Supreme Court, that was for back rent. Through media, we can gain the world's support. People throughout the world would come and be in our corner. Look what happened with the water on the Standing Rock. It drew people from all over the world. If we were to sit down and say, we're going to discuss an academic way of addressing our Black Hills so that some of that money can be utilized for education, for our student scholarships, for our expansion, all the areas we might want housing in the Black Hills. We might want tribal business, tourism in the Black Hills. All of this is there. And that money that's sitting in the bank, if we approach it very systematically, very academically, with no greed, no corruption, but go in there led by prayer and ceremony, I know that we can come out and have a decent ending or a resolve to the things that we want to address in the Black Hills or we want to address here on our tribal homelands. And this is what the prayers and ceremonies that our medicine man had with Stanley Redbird, along with Isidore and Bill and Nancy and the many others, and think of the students, our faculty, our staff, our board, our administrators who've worked here at SGU and are now in a spirit world. We've got a tremendous backing and a support from all of this, that we can do what it is that we need to do to strengthen ourselves spiritually, economically, politically, socially, and it's here before us. And that's what our founders had in mind. And something's working. We've come 50 years in that direction. And this week, we'll begin to lay the groundwork for the next 50 years. So with that, I want to thank those of you who are still here, and I want to thank Leonard. I want to thank our cooks, TJ Marshall and Sam Yellow Eagle, and the others. I want to thank Rock and Kay. Les makes room for him, and his drummers. And it's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful week, and we've now come 3 days towards our 7-day Founders Week activity. So tomorrow we'll get into our 4th and last day of forum. So, Abby talk repitona little honey, little, and then I get a little walab and a inch, little wash a chana buena, opilat kanka, unkeni chap. I hakikta najivna, ihangtabna, onkiapo, nahakchi, unkopalo. Nish onkantush no yate ta inishana, dona wana ya onpohena isha, hakikta najivna, ihangtapo, onkiapo. Kokata kia oaya okile, toke tu chale, o chanku aji onkich e chagokte, onkia ke hedget ke ele oyamcha. Takomli tu ekashle, hiotakin hena, iwonglakamna, yechel et chunk onkte. Yechel kokata kia, wichoi chaga ukile na isha, shagia oyate waji hokte. Wechum ke seori chapelo, omitakwe ase, piloyapelo. Thank you and love you all, and have a good evening. Stay warm.